Hey guys, tonight we slip back through 5,000 years and cradle ourselves beneath the star-spangled skies of ancient Mesopotamia, where every shiver in sleep might be a secret message from the gods themselves. You probably won't survive this plunge into the earliest chapters of dream lore without wondering if your own pillow whispers divine riddles. But stick around. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Post your location and local time in the comments below. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's expedition together. You drift into a world where sleepers believed visions were not random flickers, but divine dispatches from Enlil Ishtar or Ea gods, who spoke in symbols of fish lions and floods. The Sumerians, flourishing around 3000 BCE in the fertile plains between the Tigris and Euphrates, pioneered the art of oniromancy, reading dreams as sacred texts written in the language of the gods. Mainstream scholars agree that Sumerian temple scribes first recognized patterns in these nightly reveries and began treating dreams as seriously as any omens cast by sacred sheep livers. Yet, fringe historians propose a wilder backstory. They argue that Sumerian priestesses once used hallucinogenic infusions from poppy and date palm to tune dreamers' visions toward specific deities. Historians still argue whether such botanical dream-weaving was a widespread cultic technique or merely whispered rumor among rival priesthoods. You imagine a scribe's stylus in hand, leaning over a soft clay tablet as dawn's rosy fingers seep through a reed-walled temple window. By candlelight, or more likely, lamplight fueled by sesame oil, he inscribes characters encoding the dreamer's name, rank, and the vision's vivid details. A flood of silver fish in a narrow canal, or a winged lion pacing across a sunburnt plain. Each sign carried weight for the gods, were capricious. A fish could mean fertility or betrayal. The lion might portend victory or massacre. The earliest tablets bear meticulous notations, often in triplicate, one for the temple archive, one for the ruling council, and one for the dreamer's personal shrine. This ritualized record-keeping marks the world's first dream database, a sacred library cataloging humanity's night-bound encounters with divinity. In some sanctuaries, they even built dream chambers, small vaulted rooms adorned with carved reliefs of protective spirits and sleeping deities. Dreamers would recline on reed mats scattered with fragrant herbs, mint thyme, and sometimes rue to encourage lucid visions. The ambient scents mingled with murmured incantations as temple priests invoked the moon god Nana for clarity and guidance. Fringe archaeologists, though, argue that these chambers served a double purpose beyond dream incubation. They acted as venues for secret initiations into hidden priestly orders. Historians still argue whether the chamber's true function lay in divine communion or power consolidation among a cloistered elite. By the mid-3rd millennium BCE, the Sumerian dream enterprise had matured. Chief priests compiled compendia of common dream motifs, water war animals, celestial bodies, and paired each with recommended divinatory actions. Dreamt of fish. Offer the god Enki a libation of date wine and consult your spouse on business ventures. Dreamt of fire. Abandon your planned caravan eastward until the omens cool. These early dream manuals read like proto-self-help guides with a righteous twist. Yet, the manuals also warned of ambiguous dreams, those chimeric visions refusing easy translation. Here, mainstream sources concede that the Sumerians recognized the limitations of oniromancy, acknowledging that not all messages bore clear, unambiguous directives. Historians still argue whether these ambiguous dreams served as tests of the dreamer's virtue or simply revealed the god's inscrutable nature. Imagine then a royal potency, King Gilgamesh himself, consulting temple dream experts after a restless night. Chronicles hint that he dispatched multiple priests to decode his nightmares, each offering variant interpretations. One claimed the sight of a falling star portended a rival's uprising. Another read it as affirmation of impending divine favor in battle. Such conflicting readings led Gilgamesh to convene a council of scholars, birthing the first recorded interdisciplinary debate. Fringe commentators suggest that this debate spurred the development of weighing methods, assigning numerical values to dream symbols to calculate overall favorability. Historians still argue whether any standardized dream valuation system ever emerged, or if it remained a speculative notion among avant-garde scribes. Beyond kings and councils, everyday villagers also kept dream diaries. Clay tablets recovered from household ruins bear personal accounts. In my dream, a dove perched upon my doorframe. I offered barley and prayed for rain. Folk practitioners, often elderly women, known as Kashshaptu, or dream whisperers, would visit these households, offering interpretations for a modest fee of grain or pottery. Their methods varied by region. Some used simple lookup tables, juxtaposing symbols and outcomes, while others employed more intuitive, almost psychoanalytic techniques centuries before Freud. Fringe anthropologists claim that these Kashshaptu wielded miniature talismans, beads carved from lapis lazuli during sessions, believing the stones amplified the dreamer's spiritual connection. Historians still argue whether Kashshaptu operated under temple authority or functioned as freelance sanctifiers on the urban fringes. The Sumerians also recognized that dreams could serve social harmony. Councils would gather when multiple prominent citizens shared similar portentous dreams, say of a great flood or drought, and might adjust civic planning accordingly. Grain stores were consolidated or redistributed. irrigation schedules altered, communal prayers offered at temple altars. In this way, dreams wove into the fabric of governance, shaping policy as tangibly as equinox rituals. Fringe political theorists, however, insist that elites orchestrated dream sessions to manufacture consent using planted symbols to direct popular opinion. Historians still argue whether dream-induced policy shifts reflected genuine divine instruction or savvy power plays. By the dawn of the Akkadian period, dream catalogues had expanded into vast archives, some numbering hundreds of tablets. Scribes developed cuneiform shorthand pairs of wedges, denoting good omen or bad omen, so they could index dreams more efficiently. This early indexing system prefigures modern database taxonomy, underscoring the Sumerians' analytical rigor. Yet, despite such sophistication, the dream archives remained incomplete. Wars, famines, and shifts in dynastic power scattered and destroyed many collections. Fringe archival detectives argue that lost dream tablets may lie buried under shifting desert dunes, waiting for astute explorers to recover them. Historians still argue whether any intact collections survive, or if our knowledge is forever bounded by chance excavations. As you drift from these beginnings, you glimpse the enduring legacy of Sumerian dream foundations, a human impulse to attribute meaning to shadows of slumber, to record every ripple in the mind's twilight pond, and to seek guidance in realms beyond waking reason. Their clay tablets crackle with the echoes of distant sleepers, each vision a testament to humanity's quest for divine counsel. In our own restless nights, we carry forward that ancient yearning to listen for whispers in our dreams and to catalog each small revelation as a step toward understanding ourselves and the unseen forces that shape our world. You slip through the temple's inner sanctum, where flickering oil lamps cast elongated shadows over polished basalt floors. The air hums with hushed anticipation, as if the very walls lean in to catch your every whispered thought. Here, in the heart of the dream machinery, resides the oniromancy priesthood, those enigmatic seers who stood nightly watch over the realm of slumber. You probably won't survive the weight of their silent authority without feeling a shiver run down your spine, but lean in close. They are about to share humanity's first glimpse into the gods' private messages. Each dusk, these dream priests, known in Sumerian as Shu-il-La, or Hand of the Voice, gathered in a vaulted chamber lined with reed mats and painted reliefs of sleeping deities. Mainstream scholars agree that the Shu-il-La formed a specialized guild by the 24th century BCE, when kings and nobles began sending personal envoys laden with exquisite offerings, fine oils, carved lapis beads, and jars of date syrup to secure privileged access to oniromancy. These offerings were placed upon a low altar in the chamber's center, where the head priestess, clad in a white wool robe threaded with silver, would cast incense smoke into the air, invoking Ishtar's blessing before the night ceremonies began. You imagine the high priestess, stylus-like rod in hand, smoothing her brow as she studies the roster etched into a clay tablet. Each Shu-il-La is rated by lineage, ritual skill, and measured success in divining prophetic content. Fringe anthropologists propose that some priestesses were selected through bloodline tests believed to carry genetic echoes of divine favor, though no direct evidence supports such hereditary claims. Historians still argue whether the priesthood functioned as a closed caste or allowed merit-based entry for particularly gifted interpreters. As candlelight flickers, you watch initiates file in heads bowed, clutching small reed baskets of barley grains, a symbol of their devotion and a token payment for their training. They sit in concentric circles around the altar, each holding a shallow bowl of water sprinkled with crushed mint and thyme. This purification ritual, mainstream records confirm, was meant to cleanse the dream medium, ensuring visions remained untainted by personal anxieties. You inhale the herbal aroma, stirring memories of modern spas, and can't help but think even ancient dream guides appreciated a good aromatherapy moment. The ceremony begins with the high priestess reciting the invocation of the veiled night, an archaic chant calling upon the moon, god Nana, and the goddess Nanshi, patron of dreams. Her voice is soft, yet resonant, each syllable vibrating through the chamber's carved reliefs of winged fish and reclining lions. Fringe linguists note subtle variations in the chant's melody may have encoded hidden instructions, like a secret script for dream-inducing tonal patterns. Historians still argue whether these melodic fluctuations served practical mnemonic purposes or simply reflected evolving regional dialects. With the invocation complete, the Shu-il-La place their hands upon the water bowls, closing their eyes as if readying for celestial radio reception. They sip a spoonful of the infused water, a mild soporific, mild enough to relax muscles, but not to cloud the mind. Mainstream pharmacologists speculate the mixture contained small traces of opium poppy, though concentrations likely remained low to avoid full narcosis. You imagine these seers drifting effortlessly between conscious and unconscious realms, poised to translate the gods' whispers. Fringe pharmacological debates rage over whether stronger dream-inducing concoctions were employed in secret master-level rites. Historians still argue whether any extreme mixtures existed, or if such tales are later embellishments by thrill-seeking scribes. As the Shu-il-La recline on their reed mats, the chamber slides into expectant silence. Candles gutter in unison, and you feel a collective exhale, as though the temple holds its breath. In the dim glow, you glimpse the go-altar, a small stone platform covered in downy goose feathers, believed to attract prophetic eagerness. Pilgrims sometimes offered goose eggs alongside barley, hoping the bird's oracular legacy might amplify their dreams. Mainstream temple inventories include entries for 100 feathers and 12 eggs, donated by a governor of Ur, underscoring the ritual's overlapping reverence for bird and dream. Fringe bird lore historians, however, claim geese honked softly in adjacent aviaries during these rites, their calls woven into the ceremony's soundscape. Historians still argue whether live geese were present to sanctify dreams or if the feather motif sufficed. Now the seers lie silent, eyes shut, bodies still, yet alert. The high priestess moves among them, her fingertips brushing each brow in a subtle blessing. She murmurs, individual omens. You shall dream of rising water, a sign of forthcoming prosperity, or you will tread upon a lion's paw. Be wary of friends with hidden claws. Each utterance is recorded by apprentice scribes who crouch at the chamber's edge, stylus tapping gently across fresh clay tablets. You lean close to one apprentice in a ruddy cloak and whisper, "Are you also jotting down your homework?" She cracks one eye open and grins, nodding her stylus, never missing a beat. Elsewhere in the chamber, more seasoned scribes organize these tablets into dream log registers. They categorize visions under headings like flight birds, wings, sky, flood, water, fish canal, beasts, lions, bulls, serpents, and celestial signs, stars, moons, heavenly bodies. Mainstream analyses reveal these registers formed complex cross-references. Dreamers could submit queries. My dream featured a lion, and priests would consult multiple entries to find precedents. Fringe early library scholars theorize that the temple developed rudimentary indexing techniques akin to modern punch card sorting, though surviving documentation remains tantalizingly incomplete. Historians still argue whether these early indexing methods directly influenced later archival systems in Babylon and beyond. Periodically, the high priestess will raise her hand, signaling a significant dreamer's vision requiring public cataloging. A particularly vivid dream might prompt a communal discussion, conciliar meetings, where senior seers debate the precise interpretation. You imagine white-robed dignitaries huddled around a flickering lamp, pointing to cuneiform symbols and consulting glosses compiled generations prior. Fringe narrative scholars posit that some debate transcripts were dramatized into temple plays, short morality dramas performed for initiates to illustrate the dream's symbolic lessons. Historians still argue whether theatrical reenactments actually occurred or emerge from later dramatists' creative freedom. By midnight's zenith, the seers awaken one by one, blinking into the amber glow. Each rises bowls, still in hand, and recites the distilled message of their vision to the high priestess. In my dream, I walked among floating reeds and heard a lion's soft growl. She nods, consulting gloss tables to match symbols with divine correspondences. The message is then sealed in a small clay envelope pressed with the temple's eagle goose seal and stored in the archives of nocturnal council, vaulted chambers lined with clay shelves hundreds of feet long. You watch as the last dreamer speaks, the silence returning like the tide slipping back from shore. The high priestess offers a final benediction. May your dreams guide you as Nana's light guides the night. The candles flicker once more, and you feel the chamber's hush deepen. Apprentices gather tablets into knotted reed baskets, preparing them for transport to the public record chamber, where important dreams might shape civic decisions or future temple festivals. You rise, heart beating softly in your chest, and trace the Nile blue stripes painted on the temple's lintel, a reminder that this oniromancy nexus stood at the crossroads of cultures where Sumerian, Akkadian, and later Babylonian traditions converged. You step past the oniromance, kneeling in final prayer, their robes brushing against goose feather stoles, and exit through the chamber's carved threshold. The air outside feels cooler, the temple facade bathed in moonlight. You inhale deeply, carrying with you the echo of whispered strategies and cinematic visions mapped on clay. In your hand, a single clay tag remains an apprentice's token to remind you that every true dream interpreter is also a diligent student. You rub its sun-warmed surface and wonder what dreams await you tonight. Will your goose-honking heart share its own divine dispatch? Only the night will tell. You step into a hushed alcove lined with low benches and angled racks, each stacked with neat piles of clay tablets, dusty relics, bearing the impressions of countless dreams. The air here is cool and still, carrying the faint earthy scent of fired clay, mingled with a whisper of sesame oil smoke from distant lamps. You probably won't survive this silent archive without feeling as though every tablet yearns to share its secret visions. But lean in close. These baked pages hold millennia of slumbering souls and divine addresses. Mainstream archaeologists date the earliest dream tablet collections to around 2600 BCE in Uruk, where temple libraries stored records under the watchful god Enki's gaze. Scribes carved each tablet while the clay was still soft, using pointed styluses to trace cuneiform signs that encoded the dreamer's name, social rank, and the vision's vivid details. The finished tablets were then kiln-fired, preserving their contents forever, or at least until the desert wind wore away their edges. You run your finger along the rough surface of one such tablet. You can still feel the slight indentations of wedge-shaped marks, each wedge a syllable of a vision involving winged fish and molten rivers. Fringe epigraphers, though, claim these tablets sometimes included hidden phantom strokes, microscopic notches added by master scribes to denote variant readings or emotional inflections. Historians still argue whether these phantom strokes were intentional annotations by the author or later scribal glosses layered onto the original text. You settle onto a bench and pick up a tablet from a stack labeled Animal portents, form number 4. Its face bears a dream of a great bull dancing across a flooded plain, an omen interpreted by mainstream scholars as foretelling a prosperous harvest, since bulls symbolized fertile plowing. You glimpse remnants of reddish pigment in the deeper grooves, suggesting scribes once painted certain symbols for emphasis. Fringe pigment analysts, however, propose that the color-coded levels of urgency red for immediate action, blue for long-term planning. Historians still argue whether color coding formed an official part of dream cataloging or emerged as a later marginal practice observed by enthusiastic apprentices. Beyond the bull tablet, you see a neatly ordered row of envelopes, small clay cases inscribed with labels like flood of fish, lion's cacophony, and winged dream. You press your palm against one, feeling the hollowness where a scroll-thin tablet once lay. This envelope system allowed scribes to file dream types by category, making retrieval for collective analyses far more efficient. Mainstream records confirm that dream classification tables existed by the mid-3rd millennium BCE, grouping visions under broader thematic umbrellas. Fringe librarians insist that some temple archives used a Dewey-like index, assigning numerical codes to dream motifs so that fish dreams might always appear under code 4.02. Historians still argue whether any standardized numeric system prefigured modern library science or remained too localized to influence wider Mesopotamian scholarship. You rise and move to a central podium where an elder archivist reclines on a cushion, sorting tablets by date and dream type. She wears horn-rimmed goggles, fashioned from polished obsidian, an idiosyncratic tool purported to reduce eye strain under torchlight. Mainstream sources note that some scribes employed colored filters to guard against lamp glare, though obsidian goggles remain scarcely documented. Fringe ocular historians claim these goggles doubled as mnemonic devices, the dark lenses helping scribes enter a semi-dream state that aided in recalling the context of each tablet. Historians still argue whether such eyewear was practical or purely symbolic, signaling the scribe's devotion to dream work. You crouch beside the archivist and watch as she drops a tablet into a slot marked Royal Dreams, 3rd Dynasty. Its inscription reads, King Shulgi dreamed of 3 stars dancing in eclipse, a vision mainstream interpreters linked to political upheaval and dynastic transition. You study her steady hand as she refers to a leather-backed volume, perhaps an early dream manual, aligning the tablet with interpretive notes. Fringe scholarship claims these leather volumes contained marginal glosses in multiple languages, Sumerian, Akkadian, and even early Elamite, reflecting the cosmopolitan reach of dream lore. Historians still argue whether multilingual glosses were standard practice or the personal annotations of well-traveled priests. The archivist beckons you forward and lifts a large tablet from a special rack tagged high-profile ambiguities. You cradle it carefully. Its face is crowded with a swirling dream. A city of silver walls drips molten gold into a river that transforms into a flock of birds midstream. Mainstream analysts label this a complex dream, requiring layered interpretation and cross-referencing across multiple volumes. Fringe psychohistorians, though, read the symbolism as an eerie reflection of the scribes' own anxieties about temple wealth and social upheaval. Historians still argue whether dream content more accurately reflects divine messages or the dreamer's subconscious, and whether those subconscious patterns reveal universal truths or purely personal concerns. You turn to a nearby alcove where a small kiln glows faintly through its grate, a demonstration unit showing how tablets were fired. A temple technician stokes the embers, his face illuminated by embers' glow. He explains that tablets required firing at precisely 800 degrees C for 2 hours. Any hotter, and the cuneiform markings would blister and erase. You peer into the kiln's chamber, where a half-fired tablet sits on a metal rack, its surface glossing from the heat. Fringe experimental archaeologists argue that variations in firing atmosphere, oxidizing versus reducing, could create subtle color shifts that indicated the tablet's dream category. Historians still argue whether ancient kiln masters intentionally manipulated firing conditions or simply relied on time-tested tradition. Down a low passage, you find a lockbox marked Secrets of Dreamcraft. Only high-level priests held keys to this vault, which stored tablets deemed too ambiguous or too dangerous for public record. Mainstream temple inventories mention such repositories, but cite no surviving examples. Fringe treasure hunters nonetheless swear that some tablets bear hidden cuneiform ciphers revealing protective rituals to ward off nightmare-spawned demons. Historians still argue whether this secret archive ever existed or is a tantalizing myth reflecting our fascination with forbidden knowledge. Your final stop is a semicircular alcove where apprentices recite tablet registries in unison, their voices weaving a rhythmic cadence that echoes like a low lullaby. They chant Flood of Fish, Varmoi, Tablet 23, Bull of Dawn, Varmer 2, Tablet 7, Star Eclipse, Varmer 3, Tablet 12, and so on. This vocal indexing ensured that tablets could be located swiftly in emergencies, say when a king's dream threatened to spark civil unrest. Fringe performance scholars observe that the apprentice's chant resembled an early musical notation, its cadence guiding memory. Historians still argue whether dream register chants constituted genuine liturgical performance or simply practical mnemonic drills. You rise, clutching a small tablet you borrowed from the Daily Dreams rack, an everyday citizen's vision of floating reeds and laughing lions. You cradle it against your chest, marveling at the intimacy of personal dreaming preserved in hardened clay. The archivist offers a gentle nod, her ornate stylus tucked behind her ear like a quill in a modern reporter's behind-the-ear rest. You step back, leaving the labyrinth of tablets and their whispered visions behind your mind, humming with images of fish floods, dancing bulls, and celestial birds. As you retrace your steps toward the alcove's entrance, you pass a final rack labeled Lost Dreams, empty slots, reminding you that countless visions have slipped through the gaps of time. Some tablets shattered in fires, others stolen in wars, and many lost to shifting sands. Yet the ones you've glimpsed tonight endure, each a testament to humanity's enduring impulse to catalogue the uncharted territory of the mind. You step into the corridor's lantern-lit glow, a small clay tablet in hand, the silent archive's echoes tucked into your dreams. You step through a carved limestone portal into a hushed brick chamber, scented with crushed mint and smoldering bitumen. The air here trembles with expectancy, as though every breath might summon a vision from the netherworld. This is the dream incubation room where seekers surrendered themselves to slumber as a deliberate ritual coaxing gods to speak through nocturnal reveries. You probably won't survive the sight of night-bound pilgrims reclining on low reed mats without picturing yourself wrapped in aromatic blankets. But lean in close, you're about to witness the ancient art of engineered dreaming. The chamber's walls are lined with shallow niches, each containing a small oil lamp whose gentle glow flickers across plaster reliefs of winged deities handing down tablets of light. Mainstream scholars date these dedicated incubation rooms to the old Babylonian period, circa 1800 BCE, when oniromancy became institutionalized beyond temple sancta into public ritual spaces. You trace your fingertip along a relief showing a supplicant offering bread and honey to the moon god Nana before reclining. The detail is precise. You can see the grains of barley etched into the bread loaves, a nod to the staple symbol of sustenance and divine favor. Pilgrims entered these chambers at dusk, led by a temple acolyte, who chanted the lullaby of Nanshe, a low rhythmic verse invoking restful visions. You imagine the chant's soft cadence, a gentle ho-hook, ah-mun, echoing through the vaulted bricks and lulling the restless heart. Fringe vocalists argue that the lullaby incorporated microtonal shifts designed to entrain the brain's alpha waves, a proto-neurological hack for deeper, more vivid dreams. Historians still argue whether these tonal patterns reflected empirical experimentation or served merely as poetic flourishes to heighten ritual drama. Each seeker lay upon a reed mat sprinkled with dried rue and rosemary herbs, prized for their soporific and protective qualities. Mainstream botanical studies confirm that rue contains mild sedative alkaloids, while rosemary heightens memory recall, suggesting a deliberate herbal synergy to promote both sleep and dream retention. You bend to inhale the faint scent of crushed leaves, tasting its earthy bitterness on your tongue. Fringe ethnobotanists, however, assert that some chambers also burned a blend of poppy and mandrake paste smeared on heated bricks, producing a faint haze that deepened trance states. Historians still argue whether such potent concoctions were common temple practice or whispered rumors preserved only in clandestine medical manuscripts. Above the mats, the ceiling is painted in a deep indigo, spattered with tiny gold leaf dots, an imitation of the night sky. Constellations are outlined in white, guiding the dreamer's mind toward cosmic symbols. You lie back on a spare mat, craning your neck to follow the curve of the Goose of Dawn constellation, carefully mapped by astronomer priests, and feel yourself drawn into its feathered embrace. Fringe astromythographers claim that sleepers who position themselves directly under specific star panels reported dreams matching those constellations' omens. Historians still argue whether this stargazing decor served as genuine astral calibration or functioned simply as evocative temple art. Before sleep, an attendant moved among the mats, sprinkling cool water infused with crushed frankincense and myrrh onto the sleeper's brows. Mainstream ritual manuals describe this act as anointing the dream threshold, a blessing to purify the mind and ward off malevolent spirits. You feel the spray's fine mist settle on your skin like dew, carrying a sweet, smoky perfume that clings to your hair. Fringe demonologists, though, insist the anointing also included a pinch of natron to absorb nocturnal toxins, protecting dreamers from spectral intrusions. Historians still argue whether natron's role was ritualistic symbolism or practical antimicrobial use in humid chambers. As the lamps dim to faint embers, a hush falls broken only by the chamber's gentle drip of water from a central alabaster basin, an echo of distant rain. Some dreamers recorded that this drip synchronized with heartbeat, producing a meditative resonance conducive to hypnagogic trances. Mainstream acoustical studies note that a steady 60 beat per minute drip can indeed entrain brainwaves toward deep relaxation. Fringe acoustic shamans argue that temple architects precisely engineered the basin's inlet to maintain this tempo automatically. Historians still argue whether the basin's rhythmic drip was intentional acoustic design or fortunate happenstance of water pressure. In the pre-dawn hours, sleepers stirred their eyes darting beneath closed lids. Priests wearing reed headdresses hovered at each mat gently, cooing the retrieval phrases, "Speak, O silent vision. Grant me your counsel." With stylus in hand, they tapped on small tablets at each pillow's edge, ready to record whisper-fractured dreams before memory faded. You watch as one priest traces cuneiform signs describing a river of mirrored glass and a bull with antlers of flame, his reed stylus moving deftly across the clay. Fringe memory theorists suggest priests employed distributed note-taking, each capturing different dream facets, visual, emotional, and auditory, thus reconstructing fuller dream narratives. Historians still argue whether such multi-scribe methods reflect advanced cognition or simply a collaborative habit born of ritual necessity. By dawn's pale light, the chamber filled with soft murmurs, pilgrims describing visions of fields of lapis lazuli or labyrinthine palaces guarded by marble lions. Some woke, startled, clutching their chests. Others smiled peacefully, eyes still glazed with dream glow. The high priest emerged carrying a silver bowl of cold date wine, offering sup to each dreamer as a final blessing. Mainstream records note that the date wine served to ground the dreamer, easing the transition back to waking reality. Fringe therapeutic historians, though, claim the sweet-sour liquid also contained trace salts to replenish electrolytes lost during deep sleep. Historians still argue whether the wine's purpose leaned more toward ritual rite or practical rejuvenation. As seekers stumbled out into the courtyard, tablets clutched to their chests, the chamber fell silent once more. You rise from the mat, brushing reed fibers from your robes, and follow a narrow stair back toward sunlight and market bustle. Behind you, incense smoke coils around indigo stars, reed mats lie bare, and the chamber sighs a sanctuary, emptied, but still humming with the night's unseen voyages. You carry with you the memory of engineered sleep. The hush of anointing sprays the pattern of dripping water, the soft chorus of styluses across clay, and the sweet, smoky wakefulness of date wine. You slip through a narrow archway into a vaulted chamber whose walls shimmer with painted frescoes of a serene goddess cradling a crescent moon. Here, Nanshi, the Sumerian deity of dreams, justice, and fresh water, reigns supreme over the realm of slumber. You probably won't survive the gentle majesty of her presence without feeling your eyelids grow heavy, but lean in. She is the soft-voiced matron of your nocturnal wanderings. Mainstream scholars date the rise of Nanshi's cult to the mid-3rd millennium BCE in the city of Lagash, where she was venerated as a compassionate judge of orphans and the poor, as well as a patron of fishermen who looked to her for bountiful catches. A clay votive plaque unearthed in Girsu depicts Nanshe standing upon waves, offering fish to supplicants, an image confirming her dual dominion over water and dreams. You trace the delicate lines of the plaque with your finger, marveling at how the ancient artisan captured the goddess's tranquil countenance, each scale on the fish rendered in microscopic precision. Fringe mythographers, however, posit a far stranger origin. They claim Nanshi was once a mortal bard whose haunting lullabies lulled her listeners into shared visionary trances, prompting jealous city-state priests to deify her after she vanished one night into a rippling canal, never to return. Some texts suggest that if you stand by the original canal stones and whisper a lullaby in her honor, your pulse slows and your dreams coalesce into collective narratives shared by neighbors. Historians still argue whether these canal rituals ever occurred or reflect later romantic elaborations celebrating communal dreaming. You step closer to a mosaic floor panel, its tesserae forming concentric circles of pale blue and white, each ring inscribed with her epithets: Lady of the Sacred Waters, Mother of Visions, Judge of night-spawned justice. The colors sway beneath your lamp's glow, as if the floor itself were breathing. You crouch to touch the surface, feeling the tiles' smooth edges shift under your palm, an unsettling tactile reminder that Nanshi's world hovers between solid reality and mercurial dream. You inhale the faint scent of damp clay and incense, a fusion that feels like the scent of a dream you almost remember upon waking. Above you, a collapsed beam reveals remnants of a fresco, showing Nanshi's attendants, owl-headed spirits, pouring libations of water into bronze basins, their wings outstretched to catch stray dreams drifting overhead. Mainstream iconography studies note that owls were later associated with Athena in Greece, suggesting possible cross-cultural diffusion of nocturnal wisdom symbols. You tilt your head and imagine those Sumerian owls, silent and patient, gathering dreams like morning dew. Fringe archaeornithologists, though, insist that the omens gleaned from owls' nighttime calls once formed a parallel oracle system, with each hoot pattern corresponding to dream sign categories. Historians still argue whether Sumerian owl oracles operated side by side with dream seers or remained symbolic figures etched in pigment. The chamber's central altar, a smooth basalt slab carved into the shape of a stylized water lily, bears a single shallow depression at its center. Nanshi's priests filled this basin with sacred water drawn from the temple's well, at dusk infusing it with powdered lapis lazuli and crushed juniper berries. Mainstream ritual texts confirm that this water of Nanshi was given to dreamers to sip before incubation, its trace minerals believed to sharpen dream recall. You bend and sip a simulated draught, cool mineral-tinged, spiked with pine-like sharpness, and imagine the rush of clarity as memories of your dreams bloom upon waking. Fringe alchemical treatises, though, describe a more elaborate recipe. They claim that the water was first exposed to moonlight for 3 nights on a reed raft, imbuing it with lunar essence, then boiled with golden saffron threads and sprinkled with powdered meteorite shards to capture celestial messages. Historians still argue whether such celestial alchemy rituals were actual temple practices or later additions by esoteric scribes seeking to weave astronomy into dream lore. You rise and move to a side niche where a row of shallow clay bowls rests on a carved shelf. Each bowl bears an inscription naming a different season: spring revelry, summer sheen, autumn dirge, and winter murmur. Pilgrims poured small offerings into the bowl, matching the season of their dream, believing that Nanshe would favor their petition when her domain harmonized with the natural cycle. Mainstream agrarian records note that such offerings correlated with seasonal festivals of sowing, harvesting, and renewal, blending dream interpretation with practical agricultural rites. You imagine crowds of villagers daydreaming by day and dream-seeking by night, their hopes poured into these bowls alongside grains and oils. But fringe ritual critics point to a secret fifth bowl never mentioned in official lists, called Eclipse Whisper, used only during lunar or solar eclipses, when Nanshe's power was thought to intensify. They assert that this clandestine bowl held a unique obsidian-streaked water that induced prophetic nightmares so vivid they could drive kings to madness. Historians still argue whether any temple ever actually maintained an eclipse bowl, or if it's merely a shadowy rumor that gives eclipse anxiety a mythic echo. Your gaze drifts upward to a lunette carved above the altar, depicting a crescent moon resting gently on Nanshe's shoulder, like a comforter. Tiny fish, their scales rendered in shining silver leaf, swim across the moon's curve. You note the silver's faint tarnish, evidence of its age, but you catch occasional glints, as if the fish are still stirring beneath a thin veneer of time. Mainstream metallurgists confirm that such silver inlays required advanced smelting techniques, not widely accessible until the late 3rd millennium BCE. You raise an eyebrow. Even back then, they knew how to flex their metalworking muscles for celestial art projects. You muse. Fringe craft historians, however, claim these fish once moved in a mechanical marvel of early automata. Powered by hidden springs, clients swore they saw fin movements late at night. Historians still argue whether any animatronic fish ever existed, or if those reports sprang from overactive imaginations stoked by glowing frescoes. At the room's far end, a recessed alcove holds a slender stone cylinder etched with cuneiform lines that spiral upward, a dream cylinder recording collective petitions to Nanshe. Pilgrims wrote brief pleas, one line, "Grant me peaceful waters tonight." Another, "Show me the path out of darkness." Each petition was rolled into the cylinder and sealed with soft clay, then immersed in a small pool within the alcove. Mainstream preservationists note that waterlogged clay seals can survive millennia, and fragments of this particular cylinder were recovered intact, bearing petitions dating back some 400 or 500 years. You lean in, peering at the cylinder's weathered surface, and whisper softly, "Your secrets are safe with me." Fringe social historians, though, suggest that many more petitions were never sealed, torn up in frustration, or locked away by jealous temple scribes. Historians still argue whether the preserved fragments represent a true cross-section of dreams or a curated selection favoring the powerful. You step back and inhale the rich bouquet of incense frankincense, myrrh, and something sweeter like date palm nectar lingering in the warm air. As you exhale, the flickering lamps cast long shadows that dance like drifting spirits along the frescoed walls. Nanshi's gaze seems to follow you, serene yet inscrutable, her fish-scale mantle shimmering in the lamp glow. Before you leave, you pause at the fresco's final panel, the goddess guiding a dreamer across a celestial bridge of moonlight fish leaping alongside. You feel a gentle hush settle in your chest, as though her presence has pressed a soft seal upon your thoughts. Leaning close, you murmur a silent vow to honor the dreams you recall. Treat them as sacred messages, and remember that in every whisper of midnight, Nanshi listens still. You step back through the limestone portal, carrying with you the goddess's tranquil blessing that your dreams may flow clear as sacred waters, guided by her watchful currents. In the hush of your own night, let her fish-crowded moonlight carry you to gentle visions and honest reckonings, so that when dawn breaks, you awake renewed, buoyed by Nanshi's quiet grace. You step into a shadowed gallery where walls are adorned with painted panels, depicting animals in surreal juxtapositions, lions with fish fins, bulls pouncing through stylized reeds, and birds carrying stars in their beaks. This is the hall of symbolic portents, where every creature in dreams bore weighty meaning for ancient Babylonians. You probably won't survive the kaleidoscope of bestial imagery without your mind spinning, but lean in each animal, heralded messages from gods riding on fur, feather, and fin. In one panel, a great lion stands amid rippling waves, its mane interwoven with seaweed. Mainstream oniromancy manuals classify such a vision as the lionfish omen, an ambiguous portent that could signal both the valor of a returning army and the unpredictability of wild floodwaters. You trace the relief's carved lines, noticing how the artist rendered the roar as concentric ripples radiating across the panel, an ingenious visual metaphor for the dream's dual nature. Fringe iconographers argue that the ripple pattern served as an actual mnemonic device, teaching seers to interpret layered omens by reading concentric symbols from center outward. Historians still argue whether these ripple motifs functioned as structured interpretive keys or emerged organically from decorative tradition. Nearby, a bull painted in fiery red charges through a field of tall barley stalks. Beneath it, cuneiform captions read, "Bull of Harvest," denoting good fortune in upcoming yield, so long as the barley fields remained unburned. Mainstream agricultural records affirm that farmers brought barley offerings when bulls appeared in dreams, hoping to secure divine favor. You crouch to run your finger along the bull's flank and feel the faint grooves where lacquer once sealed the pigments, giving the scene a glossy sheen. Fringe agricultural anthropologists, though, contend that the lacquer contained crushed lapis lazuli to enhance the scene's brilliance, an expensive addition suggesting only elite dreamers could commission such panels. Historians still argue whether lacquered dream art was a widespread practice or a luxury patronized by royalty. At the gallery's center stands a stone plinth carved into the shape of a winged goose, its beak raised in eternal honk. Pilgrims placed small clay figurines of birds at its base, murmuring a wish before departure. Mainstream studies note that the goose symbolized guidance and vigilance, trusted to steer dreamers through murky omens toward clarity. You pick up a smooth black figurine and stroke its simplified form, its absence of detail rendering it universally applicable to any bird-born portent. Fringe avian specialists assert that the goose's image served as a default when dreamers could not recall the precise creature in their vision, acting as a catch-all symbol for assistive interpretation. Historians still argue whether goose icons reflected actual livestock associations or served purely symbolic functions in dream rites. On one wall, a panel shows a bull and lion locked in embrace atop a swirling galaxy of stars. Mainstream oniromancy texts label this the cosmic embrace, an extreme portent of power. Convergence, princes marrying out-of-state princesses or rival city-states, forging unexpected alliances. You lean in close, marveling at how ancient artists conveyed both tenderness and tension, the bull's broad shoulders, cradling the lion's body, claws, half-retracted mane, flowing into celestial spirals. Fringe political historians speculate that such imagery emerged during brief alliances between Lagash and Umma, effectively memorializing diplomatic marriages in divine metaphor. Historians still argue whether the cosmic embrace originated as a political allegory or grew from common dream experiences reinterpreted by priests. Further along, a carved frieze depicts a fish-headed eagle, talons, snatching a crescent moon from a river's reflection. Mainstream interpretations classify this as the Moon River Eagle, signifying a dreamer's aspiration to seize impossible goals, like diverting canals or redirecting trade routes. You run your hand over the eagle's wingtip, noting that one feather is chipped, a detail locals now treat as a sign of failed pursuits, a cautionary embellishment added later. Fringe mythicists claim that the chipped feather marks intentionally dramatized failure, reminding initiates that not all omens guarantee success. Historians still argue whether such post hoc modifications reflect evolving ritual pedagogy or mere vandalism by mischievous acolytes. In a dim corner, a small shelf holds unglazed pottery whistles shaped like scorpions. When blown, they produced a shrill tone mimicking insect chirps believed to ward off nightmares presaging death or betrayal. Mainstream ethnographic accounts confirm that healing priests distributed these whistles to dreamers haunted by scorpion omens, advising them to play 3 notes at dawn to dispel lingering dread. You lift one whistle. Press your lips to its painted mouth and produce a surprisingly loud trill that echoes down the gallery. Fringe psychological theorists, though, propose the whistle ritual functioned more as a cognitive coping mechanism, externalizing fear through sound therapy rather than divine intervention. Historians still argue whether the whistle's efficacy lay in ritual symbolism or primitive psychosomatic relief. Above-painted goat figures leap across a field of stars, their horns tipped with small lamp niches once lit during festivals celebrating the dream goat. Mainstream ritual calendars record a mid-winter dream goat feast when seers ate goat's milk cheese to deepen dream lucidity. You peer into one lamp niche and imagine its flame flickering like a tiny star, guiding dreamers through astral pathways. Fringe dietary scholars, however, claim the goat's milk contained compounds amplifying REM sleep, though modern testing remains inconclusive. Historians still argue whether dietary aids formed core incubation practices or peripheral folk remedies. Toward the hall's end, a large mural spans an entire wall, a procession of beasts moving from right to left, serpents, undulating lions, marching birds, soaring, culminating in a chariot drawn by winged horses. This tableau, mainstream experts agree, depicts the sequential interpretation model, dream symbols, ordered to form narrative omens. The procession's rhythm guided priests in assembling composite readings, first identifying the animal, next, its action, finally, its destination. You stand before the mural, footsteps echoing, and envision priests tracing each creature's path, with their styluses mapping dream narratives like constellations across clay. But fringe narrative analysts propose that the mural also encoded oral tradition stories of legendary dream-guided heroes whose quests began with a serpent omen. They argue that temple bards used the mural as a storyboard for nightly recitations, entertaining and educating initiates in one fell sweep. Historians still argue whether the mural served pedagogical theater or purely interpretive instruction. A final niche holds an intact clay tablet sealed beneath a glass case. Inscribed upon it is the Bestiary of Dreams, a compendium listing over 80 creatures and their associated meanings, from the common fish birds to the bizarre two-headed goats, solar-tongued foxes. Mainstream philologists translate its opening lines as, "In dreams, beasts become the tongue of gods." You lean close to read absorbing symbols you'll carry into your own night: lionfish heralds, moon-eagle ambitions, and the faithful goose guide. Fringe bestiary scholars, though, insist the fox entries mark political satire, fox dreams mocking corrupt officials. Historians still argue whether the compendium served official temple doctrine or interpolated folk commentary. You step back feeling the hum of animal portents resonate in your veins. The gallery's torchlight softens as you pass beneath carved beasts each imprint an invitation to carry your own dreams forward in symbolic company. In the quiet hush, you almost hear distant honks, roars, and whistles, echoing part memory, part prophecy, woven through the tapestry of Babylonian night. You exit the gallery, the scent of incense and pigment trailing behind you, mind buzzing with bestial wonders. Ahead lies the royal dream diaries, where monarchs recorded nightly visions in lavish scrolls. But before you go, pause to let these animal portents settle in your thoughts, reminding you that every dreamer, highborn or humble, walked among beasts in the theater of sleep. You step into a hushed antechamber lined with low wooden desks and parchment rolls stacked in tidy piles, their edges yellowed with age. Flickering oil lamps cast a honeyed glow over scenes of royal figures reclining on silk cushions, styluses, poised in hand, poised to record midnight visions. This is the inner sanctum of the royal dream diaries, where kings and princes chronicled their nightly omens in lavish, personalized tomes. You probably won't survive the weight of regal anticipation, each dream bearing potential imperial decree, without feeling your own pulse quicken, but lean in. You're about to peek into the sleep-bound councils of ancient monarchs. A grand roll unfurls before you, gilt-edged leather covers, bound with silver clasps, each emblazoned with the image of a winged bull. Mainstream sources date the earliest royal diaries to the reign of King Shulgi of Ur-C, 2094-2047 BCE, whose scribes noted over 100 dreams during his 40-year rule. You trace the stylized cuneiform signs, gilded in lapis pigment. In the first month I dreamed I drank from a flowing river of myrrh, and found my sword glimmering in moonlight. Such entries were copied in triplicate, one for the palatial archives, one for the temple, and one sealed in the king's private treasury. Fringe researchers argue that some private copies were secretly annotated by court rivals, embedding cryptic warnings in margin glosses. Historians still argue whether these clandestine annotations influenced succession intrigues or remain mere rumor. You move to a second desk where an open diary lies on a velvet cushion. Its pages are illustrated with miniature paintings, a shadowed figure wrestling a serpent, a glowing star descending into a royal lap. Mainstream art historians note that these illuminations reflect early Mesopotamian courtly style, blending narrative and symbolic imagery. You crouch to study the serpent scene, its coils rendered in silver leaf eyes of garnet, inset to glint like living embers. Fringe iconographers suggest these gems were chosen for their refractive properties, reportedly catching torchlight and flickering during reading, so the dream's menace felt immediate. Historians still argue whether such theatrical effects were intended or a later embellishment by overly dramatic palace artisans. At the room's center stands a low podium bearing 3 diaries from different reigns, one from Ur-Nammu, one from his successor Shulgi, and one from Amar-Sin. Each book is accompanied by commentary slips tucked between pages, small clay tablets on which court advisors jotted counsel in response to the king's dreams. You pick up the tablet next to Shulgi's entry. Prepare ships for Sabta. The Mur River foretells Eastern alliance. You mumble the tablet's advice aloud, imagining fleets swaying in harbor sails, billowing like phantom wings. Mainstream historians see this as a direct link between dreams and foreign policy. Fringe strategists suggest advisors manipulated interpretations to steer royal action. Historians still argue whether policy shifts followed genuine dream divination or savvy courtcraft. Nearby, a scroll container holds lost diary fragments, tiny broken tablets bearing only dream fragments like stars dancing above the ziggurat or a hawk feeding in the royal courtyard. These were dreams so brief or ambiguous that scribes didn't record interpretations, leaving them to court gossip. You lift a fragment, turning the tablet in your palm. The shallow groove catches the lamp's glow, as though yearning for completion. Fringe archivists claim these fragments hold hidden keys to unrecorded palace intrigues, but mainstream scholars caution that speculation leaps far beyond evidence. Historians still argue whether these lacunae matter or represent routine scribal omission. You step to a corner where a desk bears a diary richly annotated with later glosses, handwriting from multiple generations. The original entry reads, "I saw my throne collapse beneath me." Next to it, a later note in a different hand warns, "Fear not. Build foundations anew." Then, in a much later hand, "Do not rebuild. Let the old ways crumble." These discordant comments reveal how successive rulers and advisors reinterpreted dreams to legitimize shifting policies. Mainstream researchers view this as evidence of evolving political theology. Fringe philologists see in it a living palimpsest of courtly power plays. Historians still argue whether these layers reflect genuine debate or later editorial tampering. An attendant brings a small table of royal dream incense, blends of frankincense, cedar, and bitumen, used exclusively by monarchs during incubation rituals. Mainstream ritual manuals note that kings underwent private incubation in palace-attached dream chambers to elicit visions of state import. You inhale the incense's heavy scent, feeling a subtle lightness in your head. Fringe ritualists argue that the royal blends included psychoactive ingredients, perhaps small quantities of opium reserved for exclusive palace use. Historians still argue whether any controlled substances featured in royal dreamcraft or if such tales arise from later scandal-mongering. A final desk holds a royal directive tablet, "Dream of the flood, prepare the granaries." You recognize this as a late-period order by King Ibbi-Sin, whose prophetic dreams reportedly saved Sumer from famine. Mainstream texts record that Ibisin's scribes mobilized food stockpiles in direct response to dream-dictated warnings, illustrating dreamcraft's tangible power. Fringe famine scholars, however, posit that dreams served as ex post facto legitimation for political decisions already made. Historians still argue whether the dreams guided policy or merely provided a divine gloss on pragmatic measures. As you prepare to leave the royal diary's chamber, you glance back at the gilded pages lining the shelves, testaments to rulers who trusted their nightly visions more than envoys' dispatches. Each diary, illuminated by lapis and silver, stands as a throne of ink where kings bowed to the capricious gods in silent councils beneath the moon. You step into the corridor, the soft rustle of parchment echoing behind you, carrying royal whispers of prophecy into your own midnight reveries. You step into a broad, lantern-lit courtyard, ringed by low stone benches and reed mats laid upon woven rushes. The night air carries the faint aroma of smoldering cedar and crushed mint, mingling with the hush of anticipatory murmurs. This is the Council of Dreams, a public forum where villagers, merchants, and even soldiers gather beneath the temple's outer portico to share unsettling visions and seek communal meaning. You probably won't survive the intimacy of collective dream judgment without feeling your own heartbeat pulse in time with 100 whispered stories. But lean in. You're about to witness democracy, shaped by the night's hidden messages. Mainstream texts confirm that by the Old Babylonian period, circa 1800 BCE, city-states like Eson and Larsa had established formal dream councils, meeting each new moon to adjudicate dreams affecting community welfare. You find a seat on a stone bench, its surface smooth worn by generations of dreamers, and settle against a carved pillar decorated with honking goose motifs, a callback to the goose oracles you passed in Section 7, reminding you that birds and dreams often shared sacred stages. A temple herald steps forward, tapping a bronze gong to summon silence. Its resonance reverberates like a goose's low honk, binding the crowd into unified attention. A young potter rises first, clutching a small clay tablet. His dark eyes flicker in the lamplight as he recounts a nightmare of molten lead pouring over city walls. I dreamed the gates turned to liquid, and no soldier could hold firm. He begins, voice trembling. You lean closer, picturing the searing metal, devouring ramparts. A council of 3 dream judges, Shu-Il-La priests, appointed for their interpretive acumen, exchange nods. The Lydgate Vision mainstream records note often portends invasion or internal strife. Today, however, the judges recall that the potter's family lineage of metalworkers might simply have weighed on his mind. They counsel him to inspect molten tin seams in the city's foundry for structural faults, practical advice rooted in literal reading rather than ominous portent. Fringe commentators, though, claim these Potter visions once prompted secret alliances with distant smith guilds as dreamers sought artisanal omens over martial ones. Historians still argue whether such guild pacts emerged from genuine dream-fashioned diplomacy or later reinterpretation by labor historians. Next, an elderly weaver steps forward, her reed basket of colored threads at her feet. She describes a dream of a purple-winged hawk soaring above a field of midnight blooming lilies. The dream judges murmur among themselves. Mainstream dream manuals classify lilies as symbols of fertility and renewal, while hawks denote watchful guardianship. Combined, they suggest a forthcoming season of plenty, paired with vigilance against pests. The judges recommend the council decree increased planting of bulbous lilies along field borders to deter locust swarms. You can almost smell the sweet fragrance of those dream lilies in your mind. Fringe agronomists, however, argue that purple-winged hawks never existed and likely represent a conflation of local folklore and Persian falcon imagery, hinting at cultural cross-pollination more than agrarian guidance. Historians still argue whether imported lore skewed symbolic catalogues or enriched them. A soldier in patched leather armor steps forward, his boots scraping against the flagstones. He recounts a dark dream. He stood on a bridge built of human bones, the river below swirling red. The judges pause, exchanging grave glances. Mainstream military chronicles note that Bridge of Bones dreams often mirror battlefield casualties or pending troop movements across river valleys. But they also recall that the soldiers' unit had recently repaired a broken bridge at Red Clay Marshes, an obvious candidate for a mundane explanation. They advise him to inspect the bridge's posts, as rotted supports might collapse under heavy armor. You glance at the portico's columns and shudder. No one wants to test weight limits on dream-brittle beams. Fringe psycho-military scholars assert that soldiers' dreams of bone bridges reveal collective guilt over conscript losses, shaping troop morale more than tactical warnings. Historians still argue whether such communal guilt manifested as strategic caution or remained private remorse. All through the night, the courtyard fills with voices, farmers mumbling of torn sky storms, sailors recalling winged serpents winding through the rigging, and merchants confessing dreams of empty coin purses. Each account is weighed and measured by the dream judges, who reference worn dream manuals chained to a wooden lectern. The manual's pages list dozens of symbols, but judges never follow them rigidly. They also consider the dreamer's age, occupation, and recent hardships. You note the judge's calm demeanor, their practiced detachment, lending authority to each ruling. A soldier cracking knuckles behind you jokes, "Better confess dreams here than in the barracks." At least these judges don't bayonet you for insubordination. Laughter ripples through the crowd, easing tension. Another reminder that shared ritual mutes fear. A sudden gust carries the distant cry of night birds, and the herald raises his hand. It's time for the council to issue a communal decree based on dream consensus. The judges draw a chalk circle on the stone floor, dividing sectors labeled safety, abundance, health, and defense. Dreamers toss pebbles into sectors corresponding to their interpreted outcomes. You pick a smooth river-worn stone and press it into the abundance wedge, recalling the weaver's hawk and lilies. Around you, the courtyard echoes with clinks of stones in concentric rings. When the last pebble settles, the judges tally the results. Abundance leads by a narrow margin over defense. With ceremonial gravity, the herald proclaims the decree: increased grain redistribution for the coming month, paired with bolstered garrison postings along riverbanks. The crowd responds with vocal assent, honks and cheers, blending in a strange, soothing chorus. You feel the communal pulse quicken, as if the dreamer's whispered visions have stitched the city's fate into the night's tapestry. Fringe civic theorists, though, argue that dream councils functioned as early instruments of populist engagement, an ancient focus group shaping governance under the guise of divine consultation. Historians still argue whether councils served genuine spiritual roles or masked emergent democratic impulses. As dawn edges the sky with pale pink, the herald brings the gathering to a close. Dreamers collect their clay tablets now, inscribed with council-sanctioned interpretations and directives. You notice an apprentice scribbling addenda. Remember to revisit bridge supports in fortnight and offer lilies to Nanshe at next full moon. Practical reminders scrawled on fragile clay heirlooms of public policy born from private slumber. You tuck your own pebble into your palm as a talisman, a reminder that your dreams, too, carry weight beyond your pillow. The dream judges file away their manuals and ledgers, their robes whispering against worn stone. Pilgrims and villagers drift out of the courtyard, some hurrying toward granaries, others toward guard posts along murky waters. You remain for a moment, breath visible in the cooling air, absorbing the courtyard's soft glow, lanterns guttering like dying stars. In this liminal hour between night and day, you sense something profound, that dreams, once shared and judged, can bind a community's hopes, fears, and actions into a single unfolding narrative. You rise, stepping off the stone bench onto fog-kissed flagstones, and follow the ripple of lamplight toward the market's earliest stalls vendors, setting out earthenware jars and woven baskets. The city awakens to a decree born of dreams, carrying the echo of goose honks, honeyed lilies, and molten bridges. You inhale the dawn's cool scent, earth smoke and distant citrus blossoms, and carry with you the hushed power of communal dreaming, a testament that even in sleep people gather to shape their world. You step into a narrow side chamber where the air smells of fresh clay and lamp oil, and shelves of reeds hold bundles of styluses, tapered tools carved from reed's bone and occasionally bronze. Here, scribal masters demonstrate the precise ink and stylus techniques that brought each dream to permanent record. You probably won't survive the intimacy of their painstaking craft. Each wedge-shaped mark a delicate negotiation between clay and memory, without marveling at the dexterity required, but lean in. This is where fleeting visions were translated into enduring text. At a low, sunken scribe's bench, a veteran master bows her head above a damp clay tablet. Her stylus, a hollow reed sharpened to a precise wedge, is angled just so, each stroke pressed into the pliant surface with measured pressure. Mainstream epigraphy sources confirm that scribes varied stylus angle and depth to differentiate syllables, meaning a single symbol's nuance could change based on a half-millimeter adjustment. You watch as she composes the name Naram Sin, its diagonal strokes crisp and confident. Fringe epigraphers, however, insist some masters employed secret flourishes, tiny ancillary marks, known only to inner circle scribes to encode hidden commentary on the dream's authenticity. Historians still argue whether such cipher strokes constituted deliberate obfuscation or scribal vanity. Beside her, an apprentice prepares the clay tablets. He mixes powdered clay with temple spring water in a shallow basin, stirring with a reed rod until the consistency resembles thick porridge. Too wet, and the tablet will slump in the kiln. Too dry, and stylus strokes will crumble the surface. You lean forward to inhale the mixture's faint mineral earthiness, a grounding reminder of how these records began as living mud before becoming eternal stone. Fringe conservationists claim slight variations in water-clay ratios can be traced centuries later through microfissures, allowing modern analysts to pinpoint individual scribes' workshops. Historians still argue whether such forensic methods yield definitive attribution or simply reflect kiln-firing conditions. Once mixed, the apprentice presses the clay onto a wooden frame, an oblong board lined with rushes to prevent sticking. He smooths the surface with a flat reed paddle, creating an even plane ready for inscription. Meanwhile, the master dips a small brush crafted from goat hair into a dark resinous ink made from soot and date palm vinegar. Though most dream records relied solely on stylus impressions, ink enhancements were used sparingly to highlight key symbols or corrections. You glimpse the ink's glossy sheen as she darkens a faint stroke, ensuring the symbol for flood stands out. Fringe ecologists suggest trace chemical analysis can identify distinct vinegars used by different temples, offering clues to a tablet's geographic origin. Historians still argue whether ink-based enhancements were widespread editorial practice or the mark of particularly fastidious scribes. On a side table, a row of styluses lies arranged by size and material, slender bone points for fine script, sturdy reed wedges for bold headings, and a few rare bronze styluses for ultra-formal tablets destined for royal archives. You pick up a reed stylus, its hollow body smooth beneath your fingers, and test its balance. It feels surprisingly light, yet you imagine how it must have felt in a scribe's hand after hours of engraving miniature cuneiform. You run your fingertip down its length, noting a faint inscription carved near the end, the scribe's signature, Ishgur-da. Fringe tool historians argue such signatures were a claim of authorship and quality assurance akin to a modern craftsman's maker's mark. Historians still debate whether these stylus signatures served professional pride or legal authentication. Turning back to the master, you notice she's begun a correction. Her stylus flattens the clay at one edge, erasing an errant wedge. Then, using the bone stylus's pointed tip, she recarves the correct form without disturbing adjacent symbols. Mainstream scribal manuals describe this two-step erase and inscribe method as standard practice, though errors were rarely tolerated in official dream archives. A single mistake could render a prophecy unintelligible. Fringe pedagogues speculate that apprentices practiced on redundant tablets specifically to hone these repair techniques, forming a secret curriculum known only to temple schools. Historians still argue whether error correction marks found on excavated tablets reflect formal training or improvised problem-solving. Nearby, a junior scribe dips a brush into a bowl of ochre pigment to colorize the tablet's margin, marking it as an ambiguous dream. Mainstream classification relied on margin color codes: red for urgent omens, blue for benign visions, ochre for ambiguous cases. You watch the pigment's granular particles settle into clay pores, producing a subtle hue that won't flake off during firing. Fringe chroma historians, though, argue that margin pigments contained trace minerals linked to specific deities. Red ochre for Ishkur, storm god Lapis for Nana moon god, adding another interpretive dimension. Historians still debate whether pigment deity associations formed part of oral instruction or later retroactive interpretations by color-obsessed catalogers. At the chamber's center, a kiln technician checks the tablet rack loaded with finished dream records. They'll be fired overnight at a controlled 700 degrees C, ensuring permanence. Meanwhile, masters inspect recently fired tablets, carefully tapping them to confirm crisp resonance and checking for cracks. One tablet you notice emits a dull thud, indicating underfiring. It's set aside to return to clay remelting. You imagine the technician's careful log tablet, number 452 refire delay. Target temperature 720 degrees C. Replay in 2 nights. Fringe ceramic archaeologists point to temperature-induced color shifts. Undercooked clay remains pale. Overcooked turns reddish-brown, enabling modern teams to infer ancient kiln control precision. Historians still argue whether such precise temperature control was standard or only pioneered in elite temple workshops. Finally, you observe the archival cataloging process. A scribe takes a newly fired tablet and writes its identifier on a clay tag, 12 cuneiform signs indicating dream type, date, and scribe origin. The tag is affixed to the tablet's corner with a loop of reed, creating a quick reference label. Mainstream archival manuals describe this tagging system as the forerunner of modern barcodes, efficient, standardized, and scalable across hundreds of tablets. Fringe organizational theorists, however, claim that some scribes reuse tags over multiple tablets in a practice called rotational labeling, saving read resources, but complicating provenance. Historians still argue whether rotational labeling was common economy or isolated thrift. As the chamber's lamps dim for the evening, only a handful of reading lights left burning, you rise reverent of the meticulous craft that rendered each dream imperishable. You hold the reed stylus one last time, picturing its journey from scribe's hand to clay, then kiln, then vault. In every wedge and pigment trace, you sense the dream's pulse, shaped by skilled artisans whose devotion matched that of the visionaries they served. Stepping back through the carved limestone portal, you inhale the night air, cool, still tinged with clay dust and lingering smoke. Behind you lies the realm where dreams were inscribed, repaired, colored, and catalogued with such precision that their echoes persist across millennia. Ahead awaits Section 10, where rival deities vied for attention in mural debates etched around the goose tones. But for now, carry with you the whisper of reed on clay and the hushed resonance of every carefully chiseled wedge, a testament to humanity's enduring quest to make the intangible last forever. You step into a circular domed chamber where shafts of lamplight filter through star-cut apertures, illuminating twin frescoes that face each other across the curved walls. One depicts the storm god Adad summoning thunderbolts. The other portrays Nanshe guiding a parade of dreamers beneath a crescent moon. This is the hall of rival deities, where worshippers once debated whether Adad's raw power or Nanshe's gentle counsel held greater sway over human fate. You probably won't survive the tension of divine one-upmanship without catching your breath at the fresco's vivid drama. But lean in here. Gods vie for supremacy in painted rivalry. On the northern wall, Adad stands astride a chariot of swirling clouds, lightning crackling around his upraised club. Below him, mortals cower, or so it seems, yet careful inspection reveals some reach toward him in worship lanterns, raised as if beckoning guidance through storm and strife. Mainstream theologians note that Adad's cult flourished among farmers reliant on rain, interpreting his thunderhead-born wrath as both boon and threat. Fringe climatologists argue that frescoes like this doubled as weather-warding talismans, visual spells intended to appease Adad and coax timely rains. Historians still argue whether such iconography functioned ritually or remained purely decorative. On the southern wall, Nanshi's moonlit court unfolds dream-whispering owls, fish pouring from sky-born vases, and dreamers swathed in star-dappled robes. Mainstream sources emphasize Nanshi's role as compassionate interpreter, her gentle touch guiding dreamers toward justice and good counsel. You note the soft brushwork, each line curved, each shade blended, creating an atmosphere of serene contemplation. Fringe psycho-ritualists suggest the fresco served as a priming tableau for dream incubation, visually immersing pilgrims in symbols that would surface in their visions. Historians still argue whether the fresco's placement near incubation chambers reflects practical staging or mere aesthetic choice. Between the frescoes, a low stone pedestal bears a bronze plaque split down the middle. One side reads, "Honor Eddad, bring down the rain of renewal." The other, "Invoke Nanshe, and find wisdom in the night's veil." Pilgrims inscribed votive tablets on each side, affirming their deity of choice. You lean in to read an ancient inscription. By Eddad's storm we sow, by Nanshi's dream we reap. Fringe ritualists claim the plaque served as a binding covenant. Devotees who pledged here bound themselves to a yearly cycle of sacrifice and dream offering. Historians still argue whether this dual pledge practice represented genuine syncretism or coerced conformity under priestly decree. A corridor leads to smaller alcoves where reliefs show Eddad and Nanshe in less combative scenes, sharing libations or attending joint feasts. These suggest attempts at reconciliation. Mainstream scholars note reflecting political alliances between priesthoods. Fringe diplomatic archaeologists, however, argue these joint worship scenes are later additions overpainted during eras of religious reform to blur sectarian lines. Historians still argue whether true harmony ever existed or if rivalry remained the church's lifeblood. You exit the hall of rival deities with the echo of thunder and the murmur of midnight visions dancing in your mind. Ahead awaits Section 11, where forbidden hatcheries sought to forge new divine geese, blurring lines between deity and creature. But before you go, pause beneath the plaque's twin exhortations, rain and dream storm and solace, each a path to understanding life's fragile balance. You slip into a narrow chamber whose walls are draped with dark tapestries depicting winged demons and pale haunting figures drifting among reeds. A single lamp casts wavering shadows, as though the phantoms themselves flicker in the corner of your eye. This is the sanctuary of nightmares, where dreamers confronted ghostly visions and demonic portents, and where priests debated whether these harbingers were divine warnings or malevolent trickery. You probably won't survive the chill of encountering your own midnight terrors without shivering, but lean in close. You're about to explore how ancient Babylonians wrestled with the darker side of sleep. On a low stone bench, a humble merchant recounts his dream, a faceless shadow dragging him beneath the city's canals, whispering threats of curses and lost fortunes. Mainstream dream manuals record that such canal-shroud visions were often linked to guilt over unpaid debts or improper temple offerings. You imagine the merchant pacing his carpeted house at dawn, nibbling stale bread as he calculates exactly how many shekels he still owes. Fringe demonologists, though, argue that these nightmares reflected visitations from the Utuku, minor demons, who whispered half-truths to fracture one's spirit. Historians still argue whether Utuku served as cautionary metaphors for moral lapses, or were conceived as literal entities stalking sleepers. A priest kneels before a shallow basin of water, spraying its surface with scented reeds and whispering protective incantations from a small clay tablet. Mainstream ritual texts confirm that pouring water from the sacred Euphrates and reciting exorcistic formulae were standard practices to cleanse dreamers of malignant influences. You catch the faint hiss of water droplets as the priest's recitation ends in a rasping Shu-ul Magal. Fringe occult scholars maintain that the ritual's efficacy relied on the resonant frequency of certain guttural syllables, creating vibrational fields that repelled spirits. Historians still argue whether these sound-based rites were rooted in empirical tradition or developed through mnemonic elaboration. Above you, a fresco depicts a warrior holding back a snarling demon with a golden tambourine. Mainstream iconographers date this image to the reign of Hammurabi c. 1792-1750 BCE, noting that tambourines and rattles were believed to frighten off malevolent entities in nocturnal visions. You trace the demon's exaggerated fangs and feel a shiver. Its eyes seem to follow you even in the lamp's soft glow. Fringe musical ethnologists, however, argue that the tambourine's jingles synchronized with heartbeats to shift dreamers out of fear into a quasi-trance-enabling dream, counselors to offer guidance. Historians still argue whether such sonic interventions served psychological comfort or functioned as proto-therapeutic modalities. On a carved wooden stool sits a richly attired temple scribe, flicking through a slim clay nightmare codex. Each entry pairs a specific dream image: crow-headed spirits, molten fire serpents, weeping statues with recommended recitations and herbal poultices. Mainstream scholars recognize this codex as one of the earliest systematic attempts to classify and treat distressing dreams, noting its references to poppy-infused oils and mulberry leaf decoctions. You lean in to read the tablet's neat cuneiform when shadow serpents coil at your feet. Anoint brows with rue and chant Nanshi's lullaby thrice. Fringe medical historians propose that the poultices contained low doses of soporific alkaloids, easing anxiety more than banishing apparitions. Historians still argue whether these prescriptions reflected pharmacological knowledge or ritualized placebo. Against one wall, a low relief shows two priests locked in heated debate. One brandishes a reed tablet inscribed with omens of ghostly visions. The other holds a scroll labeled Dream Vision versus Reality. Their poses capture the moment when cold skepticism met devout conviction in Babylon's great debate halls. Mainstream sources attest that some priests argued fervently that dreams were purely psychological phenomena, reflections of daily anxieties, while others insisted dreams were messages from gods or demons. Fringe philosophical treatises, though, assert that such debates laid the groundwork for proto-epistemology, questioning the nature of reality itself. Historians still argue whether these discourses influenced later Hellenistic philosophies or remained insular temple controversies. In the chamber's center, a circular stone ring encloses a shallow pool of pitch-black water. Dreamers were invited to gaze into its depths at midnight, seeking mirror images of their nightmares. Mainstream ritual descriptions describe this as scrying, a practice to externalize nightmares and render them analyzable by priests. You lower yourself to the ring's edge, peering into the inky surface that seems to swallow all light. Fringe, scrying aficionados claim that the black water was mixed with powdered obsidian to intensify reflections, though no chemical analyses survive. Historians still argue whether the pool's visual effects were deliberate concoctions or natural sedimentation. A young woman steps forward, clutching a clay token shaped like a stylized demonic head, an amulet known as the protector of the dreamer. Mainstream archaeological finds confirm that such amulets were widespread, buried under pillows or sewn into sleeping robes to ward off nightmares. You examine the token's fierce features, a snarling maw and spiraled horns, and feel its carved edges under your fingertip. Fringe charm makers, however, argue that each amulet's efficacy depended on a secret inscription ritual performed by the maker under specific lunar phases. Historians still argue whether these ritual inscriptions ever existed or were later attributions by collectors seeking provenance. As you rise to leave the merchant from earlier, bows gratefully clutching a fresh ankh-shaped jar of rue oil. The priest smiles, handing him a small scroll inscribed with "Recite before slumber." You step past the carved threshold, the lamp's glow retreating behind you. In the hush that follows you, sense the sanctuary of nightmares, exhaling a sacred exorcism, its walls now cradling silence instead of screams. You emerge into the courtyard's cool night air, the scent of cedar and mint clinging to your robes. Ahead lies Section 12, where pilgrims ventured on long journeys to seek the Goose Oracle's guidance, a pilgrimage not for the faint of heart, nor the easily spooked. But before you go, pause to let your own heartbeat settle. Remember that even the darkest dream can be translated, understood, and in time set free. You slip through a moss-crested arch into a vaulted chamber where torchlight dances off smooth limestone walls inscribed with pilgrim names and footprints. Here, in the pilgrim ways, devoted seekers braved miles of desert winds and ragged mountain passes to glimpse the goose oracle's sacred honk. You probably won't survive the grit-stung honor of ancient pilgrimages without tasting dust on your tongue, but lean in close. This is where faith and endurance walked hand in hand beneath the unrelenting sun. The path begins at a simple stone marker etched with a goose silhouette no larger than a hand, yet resolute in its invitation. Mainstream records note that pilgrims set out at dawn, carrying barley loaves and clay water flasks stamped with temple seals, their caravans winding through palm-lined oases. You imagine the first pilgrim sandals laced tight, offering a barley cake at each marker, invoking good fortune. Honk before hunger, honk before hearth. Fringe anthropologists assert that these barley offerings, scattered on the ground, served as both sacrament and sustenance. Pilgrims might nibble crumbs on even the driest stretch. Historians still argue whether these offerings were primarily devotional or pragmatic. You follow the worn stone track through dunes that shift with every wind, encountering the second marker, a low cairn topped with smooth river pebbles. Here, weary travelers left small tokens, carved goosebeak amulets, or bits of lapis blue glaze. Mainstream archaeologists uncovered dozens of such deposits, each a fragment of personal devotion. You crouch and sift ghost light through sand, envisioning hands dropping precious tokens, hopes nestled in clay. Fringe lore keepers, however, insist that leaving glaze shards created reflective mosaics in moonlight waypoints, glowing beneath the night sky to guide the lost. Historians still argue whether these shards served as practical lures or later romantic legend. At midday, you reach a reed-thatched pavilion, an oasis way station maintained by temple caretakers. Here, pilgrims drank cool water infused with mint and rested beneath goose-feathered canopies. Mainstream inscriptions record caretaker stipends paid in barley and date syrup. Fringe praxeologists claim canopies were woven with down-lined cloth to dampen desert heat more effectively. Historians still argue whether these structures were ad hoc lodges or formally sanctioned outposts in an ancient hospitality network. Beyond the pavilion, the trail narrows through rocky gorges where echoes carry every footfall like a choir of feathers. Carved waymarks, tiny goose silhouettes, etched every 50 paces, guide pilgrims through phantom-haunted corridors. You press your palm against one, feeling its cool groove beneath your finger. Mainstream ethnographers describe these waymarks as essential navigational aids. Fringe eco-ritualists assert that the motifs also served as acoustic foci, drawing stray windswept honks into resonant pathways that bolstered pilgrims' resolve. Historians still argue whether these carvings were functional markers or ceremonial installations. As dusk falls, you crest a final rise and behold the temple's spired silhouette framed by crimson sky. Pilgrim voices swell in chorus, reciting the invocation, "Great Goose of Dawn, your honk be our guide." Through sand and stone with faith at our side. Mainstream sources confirm that this communal chant strengthened solidarity and eased fatigue. Fringe performance theorists argue it formed an early call-and-response ritual, a living mantra echoing across crags to ward off isolation's dread. Historians still argue whether such collective chanting derived from indigenous pastoral rites or later temple innovation. You descend stone steps carved into the hillside, worn smooth by millennia of pilgrim sandals. Each tread carries the weight of hopes and fears, footprints overlapping in ghostly patterns. You feel your heart swell with each hollow echo, aware that you walk the same path that countless others have trodden, seeking goosely counsel, desperate for a single prophetic honk. At the temple forecourt, pilgrims gather beneath flickering torches, sharing water and barley loaves while swapping tales of visions gleaned en route, mirages of golden goslings. Dancing on dunes, phantom honks carried on desert winds. The air hums with anticipation as you join the final procession toward the Goose Oracle's inner chamber, the horizon alive with torchlights and whispered prayers. You step into the courtyard's glow lanterns, turning the plaza into a sea of flickering aspiration. Ahead, the grand portal awaits its carved goose wing, curling over the lintel like a promise. You tighten your cloak against the desert chill and advance, every footstep echoing with the faith of centuries, carried on the backs of sun-baked pilgrims. In this crucible of devotion, the goose's honk transcends mere sound, binding weary souls in a shared journey toward revelation. You slip into a long, narrow alcove whose walls are lined with shallow niches, holding clay jars and reed baskets, each brimming with fragrant herbs, glittering resins, and powders of mysterious hue. This is the apothecary of dreams, where trained temple physicians, known as Esau and Ashipu, mixed potions and whispered prayers to soothe troubled sleepers and guide their visions toward benevolent ends. You probably won't survive the heady scent of mandrake and myrrh without your senses drifting into reverie. But lean in close, you're about to discover the remedies that eased nightmares and sharpened prophetic clarity. On a low stone shelf, you find neatly labeled jars: poppy date, elixir, rue rose, dew, ash violet, infusion, and honey saffron unguent. Mainstream cuneiform recipes from the veterinary and medical texts of Nippur confirm that poppy date mixtures made by infusing ripe poppy heads in crushed date syrup were administered at dusk to induce restful sleep and suppress anxiety dreams. You lift the jar of poppy date elixir and inhale its warm, fruity sweetness, tangled with a faint, narcotic undercurrent. Fringe pharmacologists, though, argue that trace opiate alkaloids likely lingered in the date syrup, providing mild analgesic effects, more comfort than full sedation. Historians still argue whether such preparations constituted deliberate early pharmacotherapy or evolved from folk remedies adopted by temple healers. Beneath the poppy paste, a shallow bowl holds a pale, translucent liquid, the rue rose dew. Temple scribes recorded that fresh rue leaves and rose petals were crushed together at dawn, then steeped in sacred spring water and strained through finely woven linen. You taste the dew's subtle bitterness softened by floral notes and astringent sip that temple manuals praise for banishing dream-spawned phantoms. Mainstream botanical studies note that rue's alkaloids can relax muscle tension, while rose's volatile oils uplift mood. Fringe aromatherapists claim that inhaling rose's phenolic compounds can recalibrate limbic responses, reducing the amygdala's nighttime hypervigilance. Historians still argue whether rue rose dews served primarily ritualistic symbolism or embodied empirical plant-based therapy. To one side, a stout clay jar bears the label Ash Violet Infusion. Its contents, a dusty gray powder mottled with lavender flecks, are mixed with barley beer as a nighttime draft. Mainstream ethnographic sources cite this blend for easing chest constriction and banishing oppressive dreams of floods or beasts. You scoop a small pinch of ash violet blend onto your tongue. Its gritty texture dissolves into a cool floral tang. Fringe ritualists, however, assert that the ash derived from burned apricot pits carried sympathetic magic, transforming destructive dream images into harmless ashes. Historians still argue whether the ash held curative power or functioned chiefly as a potent psychological symbol of transformation. Next, a reed basket holds slender sticks of mandrake frankincense charms, twice-baked root fragments threaded with resin beads. Mainstream Mesopotamian compendia. Note: mandrake's hallucinogenic reputation, warning that only experienced ashipu could safely dose its sedative properties. You finger a smooth mandrake charm and feel its bulb-like heft, imagining the controlled, slipping into dreamscapes it promised. Fringe ethnobotanists speculate that tiny amounts of mandrake alkaloids, scopolamine and hyoscyamine, provided vivid, often erotic visions useful for oracular seances. Historians still argue whether mandrake-based rites formed core dream therapeutic practices or remained fringe curiosities feared by conservative priests. Along the back wall, a low table displays unguents in shallow bowls, golden honey saffron, unguent, white sandalwood myrrh, balm, and black oil of cedar smoke. Temple texts recommend honey saffron greases for anointing the temples and souls before sleep, its warmth drawing violets of calm into the body's marrow. You dab a fingertip into the saffron honey balm and feel its sticky sweetness, the faint metallic scent of saffron weaving through your senses. Fringe fragrance. Scholars argue that saffron's safranal activates serotonin pathways, enhancing dream recall and promoting mild euphoria. Historians still argue whether these anointings served ritual consecration or functioned as early aromatherapy. A reclining couch sits before a painted mural of Nanshi pouring water from a celestial vase. At its foot rests a reed-woven bowl of fresh dates and figs. Pilgrims were instructed to eat a single fig or date before sleep for sustained, lucid dreaming. Mainstream dietary studies note the fruit's natural sugars sustain slow-wave sleep, while tryptophan and magnesium support melatonin synthesis. You pluck a small date and taste its chewy, honeyed flesh, comfort food for the soul. Fringe dietary mystics claim specific moon-harvested figs, plucked under a full moon, imbued dreams with lunar insights. Skeptics think this merely marketing by temple horticulturists. Historians still argue whether seasonal picking rituals held authentic potency or were later agricultural branding. In the chamber's center, a priestess stands at a small basin, chanting the lament of Shadow Dream, while sprinkling barley groats into the water. Mainstream liturgical fragments confirm this lament, a mournful dirge addressing phantoms by name was combined with barley grains to absorb and weigh down nightmares. You lean in, hearing her low rhythmic chant. Shadows vanish through barley's embrace. Dreams of dread be cast to earth's deep place. The barley's gentle pop and clink in the basin underscore the incantation's power. Fringe liturgists propose that the rhythmic barley clatter entrained listeners into a trance, conducive to ritual enactment of dream exorcism. Historians still argue whether such auditory grains were efficacious sound ritual elements or poetic augmentations. Finally, at a small shrine niche, you find reed tablet prayers, short clay plaques inscribed with healing prayers and placed beneath pillows. Mainstream finds of such tablets in domestic ruins attest to widespread personalized prescriptions. By Ea's mercy, may my sleep be free of serpent dreams. You brush your fingers over the tiny cuneiform signs, imagining them radiating protective light into your forehead. Fringe domestic ritualists assert that each prayer tablet was ritually charged in the main temple, making even humble homes extensions of divine sanctum. Historians still argue whether household tablets functioned as genuine protective amulets or symbolic charms, enhancing psychological comfort. You rise the amalgam of scents, poppy myrrh, saffron rue, clinging to your robes like a dream-woven shawl. The apothecary of dreams exhales its lingering hush, its jars and scrolls, silent witnesses to humanity's ceaseless quest to master sleep's mysteries. Stepping back into the courtyard's cool twilight, you carry the memory of each potion and prayer tools, both humble and arcane, that soothed ancient souls through the perilous journey of nocturnal exploration. Ahead lies Section 14, where geese-born sentinels once warned armies on dawn's threshold. But for now, let these dream prescriptions settle in your mind, gentle salves for night's wild frontier. You step into a vaulted observatory chamber whose stone walls are perforated with latticed windows, framing the night sky, each aperture shaped like a star or crescent. Flickering oil lamps set brass astrolabes and lacquered wooden spheres aglow with warm light, ready for celestial mapping. This is the Hall of Astral Correlations, where temple astronomers and dream seers collaborated to align nightly visions with cosmic phenomena. You probably won't survive the vertigo of tracing goose-born dreams against mapped constellations without a moment's head rush, but lean in. You're about to witness the merger of starlight and slumber. At a low circular table, strewn with star charts, a scribe points to a clay disk inscribed with the ecliptic marking the path of the moon god Sin. Mainstream astronomical records from Ur confirm that astronomer priests charted Sin's monthly circuit to within a single day's error, an astonishing feat for cuneiform and charcoal, used to predict lunar months and religious festivals. You run your finger along the disk's etched line, feeling the shallow ridge where lunar symbols repeat in perfect rhythm. Fringe astromythologists, however, posit that hidden micro-notches between lunar symbols represented dream junctions, times when the moon's light entering the incubation chambers at precise angles enhanced prophetic clarity. Historians still argue whether these micro-notches served genuine ritual calibration or later scribal embellishments by star-struck apprentices. Above you, a mural wraps the dome, a great goose arching through constellations, its wingtip touching the star of Sirius. Mainstream stargazers recognized Sirius's heliacal rising as heralding the flooding of the Nile, though here they linked it to visions of water in dreams, believing that when the goose's cosmic form passed, Sirius dreamers would see waterways in their sleep. You tilt your head to follow the goose's cosmic curve, blinking as torchlight flickers on painted stars. Fringe constellation experts argue the mural's gold leaf stars were placed to mimic real star brightness, guiding dreamers' eyes skyward in a primitive planetarium. Historians still argue whether these gold accents served practical star-teaching aids or merely dazzled pilgrims into worship. On a bench of polished basalt rests a bronze astrolabe crowned by a small goose-shaped pointer. Its rotating arm aligns with planetary sightings visible through roof apertures. Mainstream sources credit Namudahe, a 2nd millennium BCE priest astronomer, with adapting this instrument for dream timing. When Venus aligned with the Pleiades, dreamers were advised to cultivate visions of love and prosperity. You lift the astrolabe's lever and feel its smooth pivot point, imagining the click of metal echoing in silent studies. Fringe chronologists suggest that subtle variations in the pointer's goose shape, for instance a slightly open beak, encoded morning versus evening star readings to fine-tune incubation schedules. Historians still argue whether goose pointer variants formed a robust catalog of dream timing tools or remained one artisan's eccentric flourish. A scribe in a white wool tunic jots cuneiform notes on a tablet labeled Astral Verifications. He reads aloud, "When Mars in retrograde occupies the house of fish, dreams of water indicate impending conflict on canals." Mainstream military annals confirm that Mars's retrograde correlates with documented uprisings along irrigation networks, suggesting prophetic dreams did precede social unrest. You murmur to yourself, who knew dreams could forecast tax rebellions, a joke that makes you wince in the chamber's hush. Fringe astro-political theorists, however, argue these correlations were spurious, attributing successes to retrospective record cherry-picking by temple scribes eager to claim divine accuracy. Historians still argue whether dream astral correlations truly guided policy or simply reinforced priestly prestige. Nearby, a lattice window opens onto the night. Beyond, you glimpse a faintly curving faint arc, perhaps the Milky Way or a trick of lamp reflection. A dream seer stands beside the window, gazing upward, while murmuring an incantation. May the goose in the heavens whisper blessings as the stars wheel across dreams. She then turns and presses a reed stylus to her forehead, invoking the eye of sin, a technique mainstream ritual texts describe as aligning the dreamer's inner eye with lunar light. Fringe psychoastronomers claim this self-stimulation adjusted the pineal gland to natural light cycles, enhancing lucid dreaming. Historians still argue whether such self-anointing rites proved therapeutic or simply dramatized under starlit theatrics. At the chamber's center, a round stone basin holds water into which scattered, crushed lapis lazuli beads glint like tiny stars. Pilgrims were instructed to drip moonlit water onto their temples before incubation, believing the refracted light carried astral wisdom into dreams. Mainstream ritual codices confirm this moon water practice, noting that tablets recovered at Hagar archive sites list 30 drops at dusk as the standard dosage. You lean forward and dip a finger into the cool liquid, tasting mineral-rich tang and shimmering flecks on your tongue. Fringe chemical historians, though, speculate that lapis beads were ground to provide trace cobalt salts, which might induce mild psychoactivity, yet no definitive assay exists. Historians still argue whether lapis water's effects were mystical placebo or unintended pharmacology. Along the chamber's curved wall, a narrow frieze shows a sequence of dream scenes paired with star maps, each panel separated by a goose silhouette marking lunar months. One scene pairs a temple scribe dreaming of ascending reed ladders with the rising of the Pleiades. In autumn mainstream readings, link this to ascension into the New Year's spiritual obligations. You trace the friez's narrative flow, noting how designs guide your eye, like a visual dream timeline. Fringe narrative astronomers assert that the frieze formed an ancient storyboard for educational pageants performed during festivals, blending myth pedagogy and dreamcraft. Historians still argue whether such pageants occurred or if the frieze served purely didactic purposes. At a small alcove, a reed mat lies beneath a painted panel of a dad and sin locking arms, tempest and tide entwined. Dreamers reclined here for storm dream incubation, seeking visions of weather patterns to inform crop planting. Mainstream agricultural diaries from Mari note that rain-prone districts sent envoys to consult dream seers under these painted syndicates before sowing. You imagine a farmer from Mari, sandals muddy, settling on the mat and whispering prayers to a dad and sin alike. Fringe agrometeorologists propose that incubation chambers' thermal mass moderated temperature swings, encouraging vivid hypnagogic imagery of clouds and storms. Historians still argue whether architectural design drove dream content or merely provided comfort for shivering devotees. As the night deepens, the chamber fills with the soft rustle of woven mats and low chants. Honk of the sky, honk of the sea bridge, our dreams to destiny. You close your eyes for a moment, picturing goose wings unfurled amid constellations, and feel a keen vertigo of possibility that in this vaulted space, plumage and planets converged to craft human fate. When you open them, the starlight-cut apertures glimmer like watchful eyes. You step away from the central basin and ascend a short flight of shallow steps to a raised podium where a final tablet rests rule of astral correlation, verse 22. Its inscription outlines that only 1 in 19 moon phases reliably yielded accurate dream readings, a statistical tidbit surprisingly modern in its skepticism. You murmur aloud, "Best odds I've ever had in gambling," earning an imaginary chuckle in the solitary chamber. Fringe numerologists insist the 19 echoes Babylon's sexagesimal past, embedding cosmic numerology into dream lore. Historians still argue whether such numerical rules guided temple protocols or emerged from later scholarly contraptions. At last, you descend, and leave the hall of astral correlations behind. Stepping into the corridor's cooler shadows, your gaze lingers on the bronze astrolabe and painted murals as though they imprint star-lit goose tracks onto your memory. Ahead lies Section 15, where pilgrims left their quirky graffito of goose idols on sanctuary walls, an intimate echo of individual devotion. But for now, let the murmured chants and starlit frescoes accompany your thoughts, a reminder that dreams, like constellations, form patterns only visible when we connect the dots. You slip into a dimly lit cloister where shafts of pale sunlight pierce moss-clad arches, illuminating walls, alive with spontaneous marks, simple scratches, and broad charcoal strokes depicting the humble goose in every imaginable guise. This is the artist's walk, where pilgrims and artisans alike left their quirky graffiti of goose idols, etching personal devotion and playful jabs into the very fabric of the sanctuary. You probably won't survive the infectious charm of these ancient doodles without smiling at their raw humanity, but lean in close. Each scrawl carries a private echo of faith, whimsy, or rebellion. On your left, roughly chalked into plaster, you find a goose mid-honk, its beak agape in an exaggerated caricature worthy of the grandest cartoon. Beneath, someone scrawled in looping script, "Honk or be honked." Mainstream epigraphers date this to the 2nd century BCE, suggesting a popular jest mocking the temple's solemn oracles. You crouch to trace the curve of the honk beak, feeling the plaster's grain under your fingertips. Fringe art historians argue this graffito served as a subversive slogan for youth who felt the Dream Council orders grew too rigid. Historians still argue whether such jokes reflect genuine satire or innocent amusement among pilgrims. Further along, a crude but endearing sketch shows a goose wearing a tiny cedar crown, its eyes half closed in serene dignity. Above it, the caption, "Queen Honkula," sits in elegant cuneiform, a playful merging of Greek honorific "ula" with local dialect. Mainstream linguists note this blend as evidence of Hellenistic cultural influence in late-period temple precincts. You run your finger along the inscription's delicate curves, marveling at how one hand combined two worlds in a single nickname. Fringe philologists posit that Honkula may have been a secret society's code name, its members pledging fealty to a goose queen metaphor. Historians still argue whether any such society existed, or whether the graffito simply captures a laughed-through moment of cross-cultural play. Across from that, a panel shows a line of stick-figure pilgrims leading a giant goose by a rope as though parading it through the streets. Each pilgrim carries a reed banner decorated with a goose feather. Mainstream social historians interpret this as a satirical commentary on the Festival of Honking's procession, hinting that some locals found its feathered pageantry both ludicrous and endearing. You imagine the original artist perched on a scaffold, amused by the solemnity of the real parade, immortalizing its participants as whimsical doodles. Fringe ritual scholars, though, argue this could be an insider's guide, a mnemonic sketch map for novices to learn the festival route. Historians still argue whether such drawings served practical orientation or irreverent humor. At the corner, a small section of plaster is peeled away to reveal an earlier layer, a detailed goose footprint stamped in wet mortar, framed by tiny reeds. Mainstream archaeologists regard this as a boundary marker. Pilgrims press their feet into fresh plaster to signify their coming of age in goose rites. You press your own foot beside it, feeling the indent's familiar arch. Fringe ritualists insist some pilgrims faked extra footprints to appear more worldly, an early form of spoofed pilgrimage records. Historians still argue whether the footprint gallery reflects genuine rites of passage or early tourist trap embellishments. Venturing deeper, you come upon a sequence of comic-style frames, a goose offering a loaf of barley to a reclining worshiper, the worshiper nodding off, and the goose then honking to wake them. 3 panels telling a complete narrative without words. Mainstream art analysts date these frames to temple rest areas where napping pilgrims entertain themselves during waits. You follow the goose's beady eye in each sketch, noting the rising arc of its wing in panel 2, signaling impending wakefulness. Fringe narrative scholars suggest these were training cartoons for novice attendants, illustrating proper goose guard techniques in humorous form. Historians still argue whether such sequences were intentional teaching aids or playful pastime art. Near the cloister's end, a crude relief shows a goose clutching a scroll in its beak, trampling beneath one foot the word Delphi. Mainstream commentators see this as nationalistic jest, declaring the local goose oracle superior to Greece's famed Delphi. You chuckle at the goose's triumphant stance. Fringe political historians assert that this graffiti emerged during periods of heightened anti-Hellenistic sentiment, using the goose as emblem of local pride. Historians still argue whether such graffiti represent broad civic feeling or isolated acts of bravado. Between these bold images, delicate doodles appear, tiny geese perched on amphora geese, tangled in vine scrolls, even one goose drawn upside down with a speech bubble containing a single honk sign. You pause at that inverted goose, its charm disarming. Mainstream observers note the speech bubble motif as borrowed from later comic traditions, suggesting artistic innovation long before printed word balloons. You smile, imagining a pilgrim late-at-night stylus in hand, delighted by the absurdity. Fringe pop culture theorists claim this example evidences a proto-comics form of visual play, a precursor to modern graphic narratives. Historians still argue whether such graffiti presaged artistic media or stood alone as playful anomalies. On the final wall, a carefully etched inscription declares, Here I stood in moonlit wait, hoping my goose dream would not be late. It's signed with a simple reed flourish and a date, year 14, of Nabonidus, tying it to a specific historical moment. Mainstream epigraphers prize such dated graffiti for pinning the artist's walk's usage into late antiquity. You lean close, reading the date's receding wedge shapes, picturing that pilgrim waiting beneath goose signs for an oracle's call. Fringe chronographers argue that this precise date might be a scribal ruse, encouraging others to leave dated marks for travel bragging rights. Historians still argue whether these signatures serve genuine temporal markers or competitive pilgrim vanity. You rise and step back, letting the cloister wall's playful goose ethos wash over you. The graffiti breathe life into the temple's stoic stones, reminding you that devotion need not be solemn humor and heartfelt marks bind the human to the divine. Ahead lies section 16, where the cult's twilight flickers under changing empires. But for now, carry these sketches in your mind, each a feathered imprint of laughter memory, and the simple joy of carving your presence into sacred space. You step into a broad hall where cracked marble columns rise to a vaulted ceiling streaked with pale weathered frescoes. The air carries a faint chill, as though the very stones remember a colder breath. This is the Hall of Decline, where the goose cult's fading embers linger amid layers of abandonment and repurposing. You probably won't survive the poignant hush of fallen grandeur without your own pulse slackening at the weight of history. But lean in. You're about to witness devotion's twilight under shifting empires. The northern wall bears a fresco painted in once vibrant reds and golds, now muted to dusty rose and tarnished bronze. It depicts a goose shrine aflame, worshippers fleeing priests, clutching scorched scrolls. Mainstream archaeologists date this scene to the siege of Lagash by the Elamites in 640 BCE, interpreting it as literal destruction of the temple during regional conflict. You trace a fragment of stretching wing, feeling the brushstrokes curve in the stone's relief. Fringe iconoclasts argue the blaze symbolizes internal schism, priests purging rival goose clans in ritual fratricide. Historians still argue whether the fire was an act of war or cultic purge. Along the opposite wall, faded graffiti from later centuries overlays the fresco's simple crosses painted in ochre, some scrawled over hatchling geese. Mainstream scholars see these as Christian repurposing early monks, converting the temple into a hermitage, redefining the goose as symbol of vigilance against sin. You crouch to examine one cross carved through a goose's beak, imagining the monk's hand steady even in zeal. Fringe theological studies, however, suggest these crosses marked hidden crypts of martyr geese, legendary birds said to have sacrificed their own eggs to save persecuted worshippers. Historians still argue whether such martyr goose tales ever circulated or emerged as pious folklore. You move to a collapsed niche where remnants of a carved goosefoot lie half buried in mortar rubble. Mainstream conservationists note that when Arab armies overtook the region in the 7th century CE, they stripped marble reliefs to reuse in mosques, leaving fragments like these. A thin layer of plaster over the foot bears traces of Arabic script, a later prayer invoking divine protection. Fringe reuse theorists argue mosque builders sought the goose's watchful spirit to guard earthly sanctuaries. Historians still debate whether such spiritual appropriation influenced Islamic iconography or remained isolated anecdote. Low benches along the hall's center hold pottery shards glazed with combat scenes, legions clashing amid honking birds overhead. Mainstream military potters' stamps date them to Roman legionnaires stationed at the frontier, using temple precincts as quarters. You lift a shard depicting a goose-emblazoned shield, the bird's wings unfurled like imperial standards. Fringe. Military historians assert these shields formed part of a local auxilium unit, the feathered cohort, whose ranks boasted former goose cult devotees. Historians still argue whether such auxiliary cohorts existed or represent romanticized reconstructions from fragmentary records. At one end, a small chapel annex has been crudely carved into the wall, its altar crudely fashioned from broken column drums. Candles flicker atop it, illuminating a crude chicken-egg mosaic, perhaps a humble substitution when goose eggs ran scarce. Mainstream ecclesiastical sources confirm that local villagers continued folk dream rites here through the early medieval period, adapting goose motifs into Christian symbolism of rebirth. You kneel, touching the mosaic's smooth eggshell tesserae. Fringe folklorists argue that the mosaic's egg shape mimics a chrysalis, reflecting dream rebirth theology layered atop earlier cultic forms. Historians still debate whether the mosaic's chicken motif signals continuity or divergence from goose-centric worship. Through a low arch to the south, you glimpse the Hall of Echoes, once housing the goose's live aviary, now empty, save for echoing pigeons. A single carved aviary perch remains a stone ledge etched with honk motifs, now chipped and lichen-ridden. Mainstream ornithologists note that geese were phased out by medieval caretakers in favor of dove flock symbols of the Holy Spirit. You run your fingers along the perch's faded grooves, imagining the goose's weight pressing into its edge. Fringe avian allegorists, though, suggest the switch signified theological shift from prophetic honk to peaceful coo, reflecting broader spiritual transitions. Historians still argue whether dove substitution represented doctrinal evolution or practical poultry farming. A faded inscription above a boarded window reads, "Zakat must be given to feed feathers and flock." Mainstream Islamic administrators repurposed temple structures as zawayas, collecting alms to care for pigeons used in messenger services. You imagine the bustling courtyard, once alive with homing birds supplanted by goose oracles. Fringe scribal scholars argue that the term flock concealed coded references to surviving goose cult initiates, meeting covertly under the guise of pigeon keepers. Historians still argue whether secret cultic survival persisted into these later eras or faded entirely. As you continue, you cross a threshold into the Whispering Nook, a small alcove where wind rushing through ancient vents causes low moans like distant goose honks. Mainstream architects describe these vents as passive cooling systems, channeling breeze through capstones. You pause, closing your eyes, mesmerized by the uncanny resonance that seems to murmur hidden prayers. Fringe folklorists claim pilgrims mistook the wind's voice for last goose oracles, prolonging hope as the cult waned. Historians still debate whether the Whispering Nook's acoustics fueled beliefs in residual prophecy or became lore only in modern guidebooks. Finally, at the hall's far end, a mosaic floor tilts downward into rubble. The design nearly lost concentric circles of faded turquoise and white, once depicting a sleeping goose cradled by celestial waves. Mainstream restoration efforts preserved only fragments, leaving pools of empty space. You kneel to inspect a lone tessera, its glazed surface still shimmering with latent color. Fringe conservationists argue that once vibrant floors were intentionally demolished to prevent pagan revival during Christian rededications. Historians still argue whether the demolition was ideological or practical, quarrying for building materials. You stand in the cavernous hushed dust motes, drifting in torchlight as goose motifs bleed into Christian crosses and Islamic calligraphy. The Hall of Decline hums with layered histories, each empire repurposing, redefining, or erasing the goose's legacy. You inhale deeply, tasting mortar and incense, and sense the cult's final echoes slipping into the wind. Ahead lies Section 17, where modern excavators claw at ruins to resurrect buried goose lore. But before you depart, pause here amid faded frescoes and mosaic shards. Feel the cathedral of stones whisper both triumph and loss, and honor the goose's enduring vigil through history's shifting tides. You trudge through a makeshift trench lined with tarpaulins and dust-caked scaffolding, the midday sun slicing through gaps in the canvas. Above it tastes of rusted metal and diesel fumes, oddly fitting for a site where ancient dreams resurface. Here, a team of modern archaeologists unearths clay tablets, thought lost to time, each wedge-shaped mark a whisper from slumbering souls. You probably won't survive the thrill of touching unbroken tablets, still crisp with the impressions of 4,000-year-old dreams, without your heart hammering like a restless sleeper. But lean in. You're about to witness lost visions clawing their way back into daylight. A lead archaeologist, her wide-brimmed hat drooping in the heat, brushes away sand from a half-buried tablet. Mainstream reports confirm that these rediscovered dream tablets were uncovered in 2019 during excavations at the site of ancient Nippur, famed for its rich temple archives. Workers stumbled upon a sealed room beneath collapsed mud brick walls, finding over 80 intact tablets catalogued by meticulous scribes and untouched since the old Babylonian period. You crouch beside her, inhaling the mingled scents of sun-baked earth and fresh-cut reeds, and feel a shiver as she wipes the top tablet clean. Its first line reads, "In my dream, the moon wept silver fish." Fringe. Historians, however, propose a wilder backstory. They argue that the sealed chamber was deliberately entombed by rival temple officials after a controversial prophecy predicted the downfall of a king so potent it threatened to topple dynasties. According to local lore, a secret council walled up the room in 1750 BCE, hoping to silence the tablets forever. Historians still argue whether this was state-sanctioned erasure or merely an accidental collapse misinterpreted by later storytellers. You follow the excavation team up a rickety wooden ladder into unveiled daylight tablets cradled in foam-lined trays like fragile bird eggs. Back at the lab, you slip on gloves and lift a freshly fired tablet, its surface cool and grainy, ridges still sharp. You trace cuneiform signs describing a dream of a serpent dancing atop a mountain of arrows, a vision mainstream experts interpret as an omen of impending conflict along trade routes. The lab's fluorescent lights flicker over your shoulder, making the tablet's dusty grooves pop in stark relief. Fringe psychogeopolitical analysts, though, claim the serpent arrow motif symbolizes internal palace conspiracies, plots so insidious they slither beneath the veneer of public peace. Historians still argue whether such dream-driven conspiracies ever shaped realpolitik or remain fanciful extrapolations. Scattered around the lab bench are fragmentary pieces like broken eggshell shards waiting for a jigsaw puzzle. Technicians sort these fragments by edge shape and clay composition, using 3D modeling software to virtually reassemble shattered visions. You squint at a tablet slice hanging in midair on a computer screen, its half-formed inscription promising visions of golden birds guiding the lost. Modern digital reconstruction breathes life into these fragments, each completed, join revealing a palace guard's dream of celestial guardians. Fringe tech mythologists suggest that the 3D printed reconstructions themselves carry a trace of the past's psychic echo, as though the printer's resin hums with ancient energies. Historians still argue whether digital surrogates can ever convey the full aura of original clay artifacts, or merely flatten their soul into pixels. At a nearby table, a researcher demonstrates ultraviolet scanning. Faint overwritten inscriptions appear under specialized light, revealing marginal notes by temple librarians. Mainstream scholarship delights in these discoveries. Scribbles, like copy, corrected by Enlil scribe, or personal exclamations, I almost broke it again. These annotations humanize the scribes, making you smile at their 4,000-year-old paper-cut crises. Fringe marginalia detectives, however, claim some UV-revealed notes reference clandestine dream exchange clubs, where elites traded particularly potent visions in secret gatherings. Historians still argue whether these clubs existed or whether the UV notes merely record mundane scribal banter. A phalanx of students hovers around a dissected sling of tablet fragments stored in zippered bags, each labeled with grid coordinates down to a centimeter. You lift one bag marked Sector A3, Dreams of Flooding, and peer inside dozens of tablets catalogued under Dream of Fish. Mainstream analysts note that such floods fish dreams predominated after wet seasons, reflecting collective anxieties about irrigation failures. Fringe environmental scholars interpret the high frequency of waterborne dreams as evidence of climate-driven stress. In ancient Mesopotamia, a wake-up call for our own flood warning systems. Historians still argue whether collective dream patterns mirror environmental conditions or simply thematic conventions reinforced by dream manuals. Leaving the lab, you pass a display case housing the first 3 fully reconstructed tablets, cleaned, catalogued, and mounted for study under low UV filtered lighting. Their glossy surfaces glimmer as you stare. One describes a vision of a winged ox that shepherds the stars. Another, an endless field of honey-dripping trees. You crouch to read the English transliteration etched on the placard, "Send offerings of bread and date wine if you would hope to grasp its meaning." Mainstream translations highlight how dreamers sought reciprocal devotion offerings in exchange for clarity. Fringe ritual economists theorize that such reciprocal offerings formed early contract fictions, binding gods and devotees in quasi-legal terms. Historians still argue whether these pacts carried genuine contractual force or existed as pious metaphor. Behind you, the excavation director, helmet off, sweat beading her brow, gestures to a wall map dotted with pins marking find spots. Each pin represents a sealed niche or a collapsed storeroom where dreams lay entombed. She quips, "It's like sleep archaeology, unearthing yesterday's nightmares before breakfast." The team chuckles, and you feel the lab's camaraderie. Researchers, technicians, dream enthusiasts, united in their quest to recover voices lost to time. Fringe community archaeologists, though, argue that local villagers hold unregistered dream fragments in private collections. Recovering those requires more than official digs. It demands trust and folklore diplomacy. Historians still argue whether grassroots troves of tablets exist beyond institutional knowledge or remain fictional treasure troves of rumor. In a climate-controlled vault, you watch as tablets are stored on numbered shelves behind stainless steel doors. Each shelf's humidity, temperature, and dust levels are monitored, a modern reenactment of temple archivists' own preservation rituals. You run your palm along the vault's cool stainless steel, a tactile bridge between ancient clay and modern steel, each serving as guardian for whispered visions. Fringe preservationists posit that tablets stored in ceramic amphorae nearby achieved even finer long-term stability, yet none of those amphorae have surfaced. Historians still argue whether amphora storage formed part of ancient archival strategy or remains an archetypal image spun from classical texts. As dawn slants through the lab's high windows, you step outside into the dusty courtyard. Tablets nestled safely in foam-padded cases at your side. You inhale the scent of fresh-turned earth and diesel, a fusion of ancient and modern excavation. The unexcavated mounds in the distance shimmer in morning heat, promising more secrets. You hesitate, feeling the weight of the collected dreams. Each tablet, a fragile conduit to countless sleepers' hopes, fears, and divine dialogues. Here, at the nexus of earth and sky, clay and code, you recognize that rediscovered dream tablets do more than fill museum cases. They reconnect human hearts across millennia. You take one last look at the sealed entrance behind you, the momentary tomb of vanished visions, and step forward into the sun, carrying new fragments of the human dream forward into waking light. You step into a hushed seminar room whose walls are lined with floor-to-ceiling shelves overflowing with leather-bound volumes and papyrus scrolls, modern treatises and ancient copies alike. Here, the brightest minds gather for scholarly debates today, poring over the rediscovered dream tablets and their cuneiform riddles, each hungry to unlock exact translations and cultural context. You probably won't survive the intensity of academic sparring, each argument a feather tossed into a gale, but lean in close. This is where the past and present collide in debates sharper than a goose quill stylus. At the head of a polished oak table sits Dr. Miriam Tarby, ivory-haired and bespectacled, flipping through a freshly published volume on Akkadian semantics. She cites a mainstream consensus, the Sumerian term gurmash, in dream texts, reliably denotes flooding, not abundance, correcting earlier 19th century mistranslations that misled generations of scholars. You lean forward as she taps the page. Its footnote, referencing a newly deciphered tablet from Section 3's clay archives, affirming that fish flood dreams signaled irrigation failures, not bountiful harvests. Fringe lexicographers, however, insist gurmash held dual meanings intentionally ambiguous to reflect the god's capricious will. Historians still argue whether the term's duality was poetic nuance or simple scribal imprecision. Beside her, a junior fellow gestures to a digital projection of the Bestiary of Dreams compendium from Section 9. Mainstream philologists accept that the two-headed goat entry symbolizes political division, the split horns mirroring city-state factionalism. You watch as the projection zooms in on wedge clusters, revealing subtle strokes that earlier translators overlooked. Fringe bestiary analysts, though, propose a heretical reading that the double horns reference a lost lunar eclipse cult, linking goats to moon shadow phenomena. Historians still argue whether goats heralded civic discord or astral omens in Sumerian dream logic. A forest of raised hands signals a question from Dr. Feldman, whose specialty is comparative Semitic dialects. He wonders aloud whether the Akkadian glosses appended to original Sumerian tablets, records you saw resurfaced in Section 17, altered the prophet's intended meaning, or merely preserved evolving language. Mainstream linguists note that the Akkadian translations date to the Old Babylonian period and reflect standard scribal practice of bilingual archiving. Fringe purists, however, claim these glosses represent revisionist theology inserted by power-hungry priesthoods to recast older prophecies in their own favor. Historians still argue whether glossed variants serve as faithful records of language change or as tools of ideological censorship. Near the back, Professor Latifa Al-Masri taps away at a laptop controlling a 3D model of the Hall of Astral Correlations from Section 14. She demonstrates an acoustic simulation. The goose-shaped vents once created subtle atmospheric sounds, honks, triggered by wind, potentially shaping dream interpretations. Mainstream archaeoacousticians credit these simulations as valuable hypotheses for ancient temple engineering, noting consistent frequency patterns with surviving vent maps. Fringe acoustic myth weavers take it further, claiming the goose vent honks encoded secret messages for initiates audible only to trained ears. Historians still argue whether these honk-like echoes were intentional ritual features or natural quirks coincidentally fitted to lore. At a side table, a trio of graduate students debates the reliability of marginalia notes in UV-revealed scribbles described in Section 17's lab finds as primary sources. Mainstream archivists caution against overvaluing these scribbles, pointing out they often record mundane corrections or artist jokes, not hidden cult secrets. Fringe marginalia detectives, however, insist some cryptic glyphs reference dream circles that conducted off-record ceremonies, suggesting an underground network of goose cult adherents. Historians still argue whether marginalia reflect real clandestine rites or are merely scribal dribbles misinterpreted by enthusiastic experts. The room hums with low murmurs as someone references Section 11's forbidden hatchery experiments. They question whether the crossbreeding sketches were genuine scientific conjectures or allegorical metaphors. Did breeders really attempt swan-goose hybrids, or were these drawings ritual allegories about purity and transformation? Mainstream zoologists dismiss cross-breeding feasibility, citing genetic incompatibility between Anatidae species. Fringe biomystics counter that temple women wove ritual magic into incubation, not science, hinting at a lost alchemical art. Historians still argue whether the hatchery records documented agrarian innovation or symbolic mythcraft. Raising your voice to ask about Section 6's Hall of Symbolic Portents, you point out that the ripple motif in lionfish depictions, once thought mnemonic, might simply be decorative convention. Dr. Tarby counters that ripple patterns recur exclusively in dream context, never in secular art, arguing a deliberate symbolic key. Fringe iconographers dismiss this correlation as coincidental artistic flair, unaffected by dream interpretive needs. Historians still argue whether such motifs functioned as structured visual lexicons or arose from open-ended aesthetic choices. Across from you, an expert in medical cuneiform draws attention to the Apothecary of Dreams recipes from Section 13. She explains that translation ambiguity around the herb elu leaves debate. Was it mandrake henbane, or the now extinct Mesopotamian eletry? Mainstream pharmacognosists lean toward mandrake based on residue analyses of found jars. Fringe botanical revivalists insist on henbane, arguing that mandrake's more potent hallucinogens would have been too dangerous for widespread use. Historians still argue whether ASU remedies reflect safe temple prescriptions or a lurid fascination with psychoactive extremes. The session's tempo remains relaxed, voices low and measured, an ASMR-like hush settling, as each scholar frames points with gentle sarcasm. Oh sure, let's debunk the dream exchange clubs again. Or yes, because reinterpreting goat glyphs always solves every historical puzzle. Callbacks ripple through the room, referencing goose oracles from Section 3, dream councils from Section 8, and goose vent acoustics from Section 14, weaving a tapestry of interconnected insights. You smile at how every fragment feather glyph fresco threads into today's debates. As dusk deepens, a final slide appears. Consensus or conspiracy mapping future research. Charts lay out unresolved questions, each followed by the refrain. Historians still argue whether you feel the weight and wonder of an open frontier where every new tablet or technological advance can rewrite what we think we know. You rise, gathering your notes, digital printouts, crisscrossed with red ink scribbles, and step toward the exit. The seminar room's lamps dim to a soft glow, guiding you back into the corridors where fresco fragments and modern display cases stand side by side. Ahead lies the final Section 19, a chapter on celestial goose constellations etched into sky and stone. But before you go, pause in this seminar's quiet aftermath. Cherish the vitality of debate, the spark of fringe theories, and the slow, persistent honing of translation that lets ancient geese and dreams speak anew. You step into a brightly lit gallery, lined with glass cases and interactive displays, where scholars and curious visitors alike examine the legacy of ancient oneiromancy in today's world. Panels depict dream journals, digital apps, and psychoanalytic couches, tools as varied as the dreams they aim to understand. You probably won't survive the sheer breadth of Dreamcraft's influence without marveling at how far human imagination can travel when unshackled from reality. But lean in. This is where ancient Babylonian techniques ripple across millennia into modern minds. At the entrance, an illuminated case displays facsimiles of clay dream tablets alongside early European dream diaries. Robert Burton's 17th century self-reports and Freud's 20th century case notes. Mainstream historians credit such medieval and early modern dream books for keeping the practice alive. Travelers and aristocrats copied Babylon's cataloging methods, noting symbols and outcomes in bound ledgers. You run your finger along a printed excerpt, dreamt of rivers of milk, harbinger of health, an entry clearly echoing fish flood symbolism. Fringe literary critics, however, argue that these borrowings were more evocative than methodological cherry-picking exotic symbols to flavor personal narratives. Historians still argue whether medieval dream diarists truly absorbed Mesopotamian systems or simply reinvented them in local idioms. A touchscreen kiosk invites you to explore dream apps through the ages. You tap through a timeline in the 1800s, moralizing dream dictionaries guided Victorian readers. By the 1990s, Jungian archetypes mapped collective unconscious symbols. Today, AI algorithms analyze sleep data and dream reports to suggest personalized dream interpretations. Mainstream psychologists praise these apps for promoting self-reflection and sleep hygiene, noting studies linking dream journaling to reduced anxiety. You scroll through user testimonials, some reporting therapeutic breakthroughs, others mocking random goose suggestions by glitchy software. Fringe tech skeptics warn that algorithmic dream analysis commodifies intimate thoughts, harvesting unconscious data for corporate profit. Historians still argue whether digital tools honor ancient oneiromancy's spirit or distort it beyond recognition. Across the room, a video installation shows a modern incubator room, a darkened chamber with soft lighting, soundscapes of ocean waves, and diffused essential oils designed to induce lucid dreams. Mainstream sleep researchers cite clinical trials. Sensory modulation can enhance dream vividness and recall, aiding PTSD therapy. You close your eyes for a moment, imagining floating on mint-scented air sensations, rippling as in the old Sumerian incubation chambers. Fringe neuro-ritualists propose more extreme measures, electrical stimulation of the temporoparietal junction to trigger dreamlike hallucinations. Historians still argue whether such high-tech methods represent a natural evolution of oniromancy, or a reckless departure from consensual ritual. On a nearby shelf sits an array of replica amulets, clay goosebeak, talismans, tiny reed tablet, prayer charms, and modern dream catchers borrowed from Ojibwe traditions. Mainstream anthropologists emphasize cross-cultural continuities. Humans everywhere have sought tangible protections against nightmares, be they cuneiform plaques or woven webs. You pick up a delicate goosebeak pendant. It feels warm in your palm, as though echoing the touch of ancient dreamers. Fringe cultural critics, however, warn against uncritical syncretism, cautioning that conflating Sumerian amulets with Native American dream catchers risks erasing distinct spiritual lineages. Historians still argue whether global dream amulet practices signify universal human psychology or colonial-era appropriation. A lecture stage is set for a panel titled Dream Analysis, From Freud to AI. A familiar slide flashes the dream work. One speaker, a mainstream psychoanalyst, champions Freud's theory that dreams are disguised wish fulfillments, tracing direct lineage to Mesopotamian divination's search for hidden message. She notes Freud's own annotations on papyri fragments, evidence he studied early oniromancy texts at the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris. Fringe neuroscientists counter that dreams arise from random neural firings with meaning imposed retroactively by interpretive sleight of hand. Historians still argue whether dream analysis frameworks stem from genuine ancient insight or are modern constructs projecting desire onto meaningless imagery. Beneath a banner reading Dream Council Revival, a group of community organizers demonstrates a modern dream forum model, neighbors sharing troubling dreams in weekly circles to build empathy and collective problem solving. Mainstream social workers applaud these forums for fostering trust and reducing isolation, citing parallels with Babylon's monthly dream councils. You join a mock circle. Last night I dreamed my phone dissolved into water, and feel how sharing eases personal anxiety. Fringe sociologists critique these gatherings as therapeutic fads, lacking robust outcomes, warning that group interpretation can enforce conformity rather than encourage individual insight. Historians still argue whether such communal dream-sharing honors ancient rites or constitutes superficial revivalism. Finally, a gallery wall presents oniromancy in art and media. Paintings by Hieronymus Bosch, invoking nightmares, Borges's dream labyrinth stories, and a clip from the film Inception, where dreams become landscapes of will. Mainstream curators argue that these works reflect enduring fascination with the dream as a canvas for imagination. You pause at a digital display of a VR dreamscape, lush forests that shift at your touch, and feel the uncanny continuity from clay records to pixelated worlds. Fringe media theorists suggest VR is the ultimate oniromancy, a technology to script dreams on demand. Historians still argue whether virtual dormancy preserves dream sanctity or commodifies inner life for entertainment. As you prepare to leave the exhibit, you pass a final display, a world map dotted with dream museums, research centers, and archives, modern successors to Babylon's libraries. Mainstream cultural heritage groups collaborate to digitize and protect dream records globally, echoing ancient temple scribes' zeal for preservation. Fringe preservationists lament that digital media's obsolescence poses new risks. Will our tablets survive centuries? As Clay did, historians still argue whether digital archiving can replicate the durability of baked clay, or if our own dreams are fated to vanish in server farms. You step out into the museum's atrium, the chatter of modern dreamers filling the air. The path you've walked from soft clay to hard drives, from reed stylus to touchscreen, reveals one truth: the human impulse to record, interpret, and share dreams endures, shaped by technology and theology alike. As you exit into daylight, you carry ancient echoes in your mind: the moon-wept fish, the dancing serpent, the goose-guided vision, reminders that dreams, however they're captured, remain our most intimate bridge to the unknown. You emerge into a sunlit pavilion set within a tranquil courtyard, its breeze-swept reeds whispering against marble columns inscribed with modern languages alongside ancient cuneiform. Display screens shimmer with data visualizations of sleep patterns and AI-generated dreamscapes, while volunteers recline on cushioned mats, eyes closed, guided by gentle ASMR prompts. This is the nexus of modern legacy, where Babylonian oneiromancy converges with 21st century science and art to shape how we dream today. You probably won't survive the dizzying sweep of technologies, rituals, and cultural revivals crowding this space without your mind doing somersaults. But lean in. You're about to witness how ancient goose-born visions still ripple through our nocturnal lives. At one end, a researcher adjusts electrodes on a volunteer's scalp for an EEG-guided dream experiment. Mainstream neuroscientists laud such studies for mapping rapid eye movement, REM sleep stages, and correlating them with dream recall rates, echoing the Sumerian temple scribe's own quest to capture dream content as faithfully as possible. You feel a soft gel pad press against your forehead and hear the researcher murmur, "We'll track delta to theta transitions." Think of it as digital divination. Fringe neuro-ritualists, however, propose that these brainwave entrainments, combined with whispered mantra recordings, can induce controlled prophetic dreams, though skeptics warn of ethical nightmares. Historians still argue whether replicating ancient oneiromancy protocols in the lab honors original intent or distorts sacred practice into speculative science. A collaborative art installation sprawls across the courtyard, a series of floating silk banners printed with AI-enhanced composite images of goose figures from Babylonian tablets, modern graffiti from pilgrim walls, and snippets of neural network dream transcriptions. Mainstream digital humanists celebrate this fusion as critical remix, showcasing how cultural memory adapts across millennia. You brush your fingertips along one banner, its surface clammy, as though absorbing ambient moisture, and watch goose beaks unfurl into electric blue fractals. Fringe net artists argue that algorithmic recombination risks cultural appropriation, ghosting ancient voices with synthetic noise. One warns. Historians still argue whether digital remix amplifies heritage or erases its provenance. Nearby, a docent in a linen tunic embroidered with cuneiform staples, dream and interpretation, offers visitors small clay tablets stamped with QR codes linking to a dream archive app. Mainstream app developers tout this as citizen oniromancy, inviting users to record nightly visions, tag symbols, and compare them with an evolving collective database. You tap through the onboarding screen, tap the fish icon if you dreamt water, the lion if you faced fears. A cheeky pop-up reads, "Sorry, no geese available today. Try again after beta release." Fringe privacy advocates decry such data collection as mind-mining, cautioning that dream diaries reveal unconscious biases ripe for commercial exploitation. Historians still argue whether crowdsourced dream archives mirror ancient communal dream councils, Section 8, or usher in a panoptic era of internal surveillance. A workshop circle gathers under a pergola where participants practice lucid dream meditation techniques adapted from Sumerian incubation rituals. Soft chants of Ho-Hook, Amun echo alongside guided visualizations of floating reed boats and honking geese. Mainstream mindfulness instructors praise these hybrid practices for enhancing self-awareness and reducing nightmares. You sit cross-legged on a cushion, inhaling mint and myrrh incense from a reed basket, and feel the chant's low pulse vibrate through your chest, almost goose heartbeat-like. Fringe cult revivalists, though, insist such rituals require strict initiation vows, lest participants wander too deeply into symbolic underworlds. Historians still argue whether contemporary dream workshops preserve genuine oniromantic methods or repurpose them as wellness theater. A curator stands beside a glass case housing a set of replica goosebeak amulets and reed tablet charms, each reissued as dream protection kits sold in the museum shop. Mainstream cultural economists note that heritage-based souvenirs sustain archaeological funding and public engagement. You lift an amulet, its clay still warm from the kiln's final firing, and slip its loop over your finger, marveling at its uncanny lightness. Fringe anti-commodification critics denounce these kits as heritage kitsch, trivializing sacred objects through mass-market reproduction. Historians still argue whether such replicas democratize access to dream heritage or commodify sacred relics. In a dim corner, a VR demonstration invites you to don a headset and enter a simulated Sumerian incubation chamber reconstructed from sections 4 and 14. You see painted goose constellations above scented fog, wafting past, and hear orchestrated goose vent honks, section 14, reverberate through virtual vents. Mainstream VR researchers hail this as embodied archaeology, offering immersive empathy for ancient rituals. You reach out, half expecting to touch cooling clay and dancing down feathers, but feel only the headset's plastic edge, an odd jolt, reminding you these experiences straddle two realities. Fringe XR theorists warn of temporal vertigo, cautioning that blurring past and present in VR can destabilize historical understanding. Historians still argue whether immersive reconstructions educate or enchant, deepening insight or diluting authenticity. Across the pavilion, a panel discussion broaches the ethics of dream data ownership, referencing the Nazi era's misuse of psychological profiling and considering modern parallels in social media mood tracking. Mainstream ethicists advocate strict anonymization and informed consent, drawing parallels to the sealed niches of Section 17's tablet vaults privacy by design. Fringe cyber mythologists predict dream hackers will target vulnerable sleep app users, harvesting subconscious fears for manipulation. Historians still argue whether ethical frameworks can keep pace with neurotech's march, or if dream data will slip beyond governance as visions slip from memory. A series of murals along the far wall depict scenes from each section of tonight's journey. Sumerian reed mats, goose oracles, dream councils, forbidden hatcheries, and digital dream labs, each panel culminating in a modern silhouette gazing at a smartphone screen. Mainstream educators applaud this narrative arc, showing continuity from cuneiform wedge to digital code. You follow the panels with your eyes, feeling a gentle tug as ancient lines of inquiry pull future horizons into view. Fringe futurists, however, champion head-mounted dream simulators devices, promising to script dreams at will, bypassing unconscious spontaneity altogether. Historians still argue whether engineered dreams represent dream dominion or a hubristic flight from one's own mind. As twilight settles, you return to the pavilion's center, where all paths converge. A low stone basin holds water and crushed lapis beads. Section 14, warmed by a hidden heater. Visitors dip their fingers and anoint their temples, echoing millennia of ritual gesturing. You taste the mineral shimmer on your tongue. Inhale the cool breath of dusk and realize that every droplet binds the past's whispered visions to your present skin. Around you, goose-echoed honks from hidden speakers mingle with distant laughter and murmured astonishment, an ASMR symphony of heritage, science, and spectacle. You step back, leaving the nexus of modern legacy behind, carrying its layered hum in your chest. Whether ceramic tablet or digital app, dream analysis endures as humanity's oldest, sweetest obsession to capture the fleeting echoes of our own midnight voyages. The courtyard's lanterns dim to a soft glow as you step onto a sun-warmed flagstone, dust motes drifting like tiny birds in evening light. Every echo of goose honk, every clay tablet's whisper, and every pixelated dreamscape now settles into a gentle hum within your mind. Imagine that hum as a lullaby, a weaving of reed stylus, taps, nighttime chants, science, sealed slumbers, and electric currents, all blending into one soothing note. Feel the weight of millennia lift as you release a deep breath, letting the scent of incense, myrrh, and modern ozone fade into the cooling air. In its place, carry the quiet pulse of feathers brushing stone, of dream councils, murmured decrees, and of cracked tablets reborn by curious hands. Each memory layer folds into the next, softening edges as though wrapped in down. Now, picture the ancient incubation reeds under star-cut apertures, the rhythmic drip of water against carved basins, the glow of gold leaf stars overhead. Then see these scenes dissolve into your own chest, a private chamber of vanished temples and whispered rites. Your heartbeat slows, syncing with the goose's measured honk, the drum-beating cadence of dreams brought to life and laid to rest. Let this gentle cloak of memory drape over your shoulders, a porous barrier between wakefulness and sleep. In its weave, find the threads of curious scholars, whispered prayers, trial and error alchemists, and hopeful pilgrims, all seeking meaning in midnight's hush. Each thread hums with the same promise that, in surrendering to slumber, we glimpse the unseen prophetic or poetic, sacred or profane. Sleep now, cradled by ancient wings and modern wings alike. Let dreams unfold in silent patterns you need not decode. Simply feel their warmth, knowing that tomorrow's dawn carries the goose's watchful spirit onward. End of script. Sweet dreams.